is better. I said,
Less like.
Thank you.
You went through that, yeah.
the same thing, and now I'm just,
We're screwed.
well, before that, people would call me and question the road or this and that, and I wouldn't say get involved, but, EDA is, send them over to Gordon. Now I'm just telling them to do it.
Oh, because of that.
Risk of liability.
Because
Involved.
if you know about it, you're
Well,
for it.
we're not engineers. So we should be involved in things. But it's like out here, this last space has a line in front, but doesn't have a line in the back, which tells me it's not a parking spot.
Oh,
And because it's so close to that crosswalk, that I'm sure it's not a parking spot, so that cars can see people coming across the crosswalk. On the other end, it has white paint out there with the checkerboard to tell people this is a parking spot, but down here it doesn't. So my worry is somebody with manners can park there. Somebody can get across the crosswalk.
I did call, I asked the city police about that last week and they came and looked at it and they said that it was okay for some.
Now, I'm just reverting back to my age 16 driver test. There's not a line in the front, and a line in the back, and a parking spot. Yeah, that was an argument.
Yes, shall we, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, morning. Okay, we have a few things on your consent agenda today. One is.
Only you.
Yeah, true. We're number 24, so there
Yeah.
must be a few.
That's the biggest powers.
So we have a resolution in the matter designating the existing path on Loop Road to be a part of the White Salmon Safe Routes to School District, our network, and it's just basically says this is their route.
Does this cost the county anything today, or cost the county anything in 10 years when it needs repaved, or?
They could be eligible for granting.
Public Works did have an opportunity to review that and they did make edits. So it strictly pertains to what Klickitat County has authority over.
Right, and then it's that path, because they wanted us to say the state stuff and look at all that.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to lead into is in 3 years, they're gonna come back and tell us that we need to widen the path distance feed and do all this other.
No, we told them it is as is.
It is what it is, and I'm not gonna say.
And it is in the, and it's in their stuff too. It's, it's no additional expense, no
Right.
this, no extra maintenance, no extra anything. Because that was a concern, is once you designate it, then does that mean, because the other designations have been in the city limits for the most part. I'm not sure the part out past the funeral. Yeah.
Right, and I just haven't seen this trail, so I wasn't sure.
No, it's good. It's
Gonna turn into a 6-foot wide.
It
trail
already
or
is.
something.
Yeah.
It's a
It's a well-used trail.
It's a well-used trail.
It's a trail because it doesn't have direct asphalt, very similar to a cycle. It's just a different name for it because it functions a little bit differently. But it's well used there. I dealt with these on the west side quite a few years and years ago. The schools want to have safe routes. Some schools do, some schools don't. It's a different scenario, and so they can apply for grants, get for crossings and things like that. That's why.
The one that I would have been a little more concerned if I was the state, because the portion that's on the state, that's the state's part, is way more potential liability, 'cause
Yes.
there's no grade separation, no, it's literally the shoulder of the road. If they did rumble strips, is all it is, so it's. No, that's not.
No, that's
we don't
not.
have- But the
Right.
stuff out on the, out by the church and stuff.
that street, I don't know, because that's all in the state right away.
Right.
Which I don't know why that was included on much.
Was that removed?
That was removed. Anything that was
So it's
state,
not our,
we
okay.
did not, because we don't want to assume responsibility for.
Right, and that was kind of my, as long as we're not, we're shifting a lot of responsibility either legally or for maintenance and upkeep. So that was. Thank you.
Item 19, concurrence to award small works contract for Oliver's floor covering. And this is the contract with the Pioneer Center to redo second floor restrooms. And then a notice to advertise, a request for proposals to select a contract to provide management for the counties to replace the county's current financial system. And then we have some pay estimates on there also. We have pay estimate 1 for Thompson, and that's for the county-wide guidepost signing contract. That's $99,000, and that is federal reimbursement. Pay estimate 1 for Central Washington. This is this should be the last pay estimate for Central Washington, not pay estimate. The final. Doesn't include the retainage, but is the final for the Darlin project. It's also an SDP project, so there's grant reimbursement for that. And then there's the release of retainage to James Steen Construction and the amount of $3,600, $624. And this is for the Roosevelt drainage upgrade project as part of the first phase of the Roosevelt paver project. As far as design work, grant funded for construction. Contractors working on the Trout Lake Highway now, installing signs. Darlin said the project's complete, and Roosevelt paver, shoulder rock is done. We're working on guardrail signs, and we got one coat of striping on. If once the landfill starts putting gravel, sand on the road, then we'll be done striping it for the year. We'll try to get a second one on. If we don't, then we'll just ask for a reduction in the contract and move forward. Okay,
So the landfill, this is unraveling of the.
sand, yeah, they have. We provided the sand. And they like quite a bit. It was a gravel road last year. Okay, road design. Courtney Road, we're finalizing the plans with the ad on 12/29. Klickitat path, we're still working with Parks and WashDOT, and the parking lots are still in the process of design. We're actually moved this week, yesterday, so we're kind of in that mode ourselves right now, so we're working through that. Maintenance, we're cleaning the ditch on Old Mountain, grading, spot graveling, of course, reacting to weather on the east side. West side, we're brushing and using the Trout Lake areas and reacting to weather. This building, the report submittal schedule for this week be sent to DOE, and then DOE has 30 to 60 days to make a determination. Most of the flooring is in, been reestablished, re-put in, reinstalled, and they're installing rubber base now. Furniture still trickling in. We're actually scheduled to receive the chairs of the shelving unit this week. It's supposed to come, they're actually today. Interior doors, we're still working on those. Blinds, they're scheduled to come in this week also. I'll see it here. HVAC units, they're still tweaking those. They will be for a while. We actually have some offices in our room that are like airplane hangars also. So, you guys.
Are they off today?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yours they're off.
It was very nice. I was talking on the phone when I realized I was not shouting.
It was warm, but quiet.
Yeah.
I don't know which is better.
Yeah, we're still working through that. Ours are just noisy because we can't leave them on. the hole forever. We are working through that. Painting and sheet rocking, the subs are scheduled to be here all week. They got, at least this week, they got quite a bit of stuff to do still. Courthouse entry. The vestibule has, the stucco is complete, first coat of paint's been put on, we still have the cover on it. He's still painting and finishing up gluing inside. We're hoping to have it done this week, but we pull him off to do things here. Don't people move our carpenter. So, HVAC replacements, like we said, we sent out our small works bid for our asbestos contract for the remodel of your old offices. That will open in January, I think, 4th. And radio sites, Warren and I have pretty much, we've hammered out an agreement. We have one district already approved. They've had some minor tweaks, hasn't been a big deal, made those corrections. They're on board. We'll meet with the other district on 15th and should get that one taken care of. They were pretty small. One was, I put in a reopener for 50 years. They're new to this, so they would like a reopener at 10. I don't know that that's a big deal. So I was fine with that. They would also like to, this is a little bit bigger, but I think it's still doable. They would like us to bring power, or have the ability, not bring power, but have the ability to, like we'll put a Y in the or in our conduit or something in case they later on want to have power brought into a learning facility or something up there if they want to build in the future. It's not really that costly, gives us good, gives them, they feel like they get something out of the situation. And then they added a cattle guard. They have to fence off a section. Would be put in if they actually put the fencing in.
Did you agree to the 10-year reopener?
I agreed to the 10-year reopener, but it's still, it's not uncommon. We typically do them. I just went for 50 because the contract is so long. And the reopener is only on the, if the site goes up, up or down in cost, but the mitigation has to be the same. I mean, so what it is it's a reopener to look at, does our mitigation that we have for the cost of the land that we're tying up add any, does it change it? So did the land value go up enough that the tax assessed value go up enough? Being in resource land, I'd be shocked if the tax assessed value goes up at all.
You can't just renegotiate the lease based on.
No, the lease is not renegotiated. The only part of it is the part of what our payment is, which is pretty much nothing. Except for we grade once every 5 years, maybe our driving up and down the road. I mean, I could push back and go to 20.
Oh, they've already.
Well, that's what they and the main reason is they said they haven't done this and they just want to see how it works. I had 50 years in there, honestly, because it's typically half of what your lease is for. And they don't have any issue with the 100 years, because that was my question. They have, we're fine with that.
Got a 100-year lease for.
We're also working on the design. We meet regularly. Now, we're in the process of purchasing equipment. And we kind of talked a little bit, and I want to just make sure everybody's aware, we're on record, that we are ordering equipment that is obsolete, basically. Reason being is we have a simulcast system. And all the equipment has to match. So unless you're changing radio frequencies, and that would be really, I bought with a couple different phones, these things, it drives me nuts that somebody would set this up this way. That's the industry standard for that. Why they-
So, yeah, more on that, obsolete equipment. You talk about the narrowband versus wideband, or are you talking?
The radios themselves, they no longer manufacture. We're getting them special built. But they quit manufacturing them at this year, December 2020.
Right. So.
They will no longer manufacture. So then,
That's part of our whole radio system upgrade over time, is we have to replace all the radios on that specific band. All the other stations will have to get a new one if we can get it.
yeah, if we got a new one up there, then the project grows. If we put new ones up there, then we'd have to, whatever radio we put, whatever channel,
Change everybody else.
we'd have to change everybody else.
So that's why we're putting obsolete. meaning this is
Yes,
last year.
not excited about that, but that's,
Do
yeah,
we have enough spares, so when a couple go down, we can at least get a few more years out?
yes, we have this conversation. We should be able to get 6 to 8 years on one. And we'll pick up,
We got
Right. Well, that's why I was asking about the narrowband, is because this was part of the meeting. They finally decided to use it. So we'll get up to 2022 here in a couple of weeks. So, yeah, okay.
that's all I have for today.
So we just finished like with the big dig over there. We're sending in our information so they can let us know if we need to put the test wells in, or
Yes,
and what does our information show that we're sending?
our information, actually, we're not sending the information, the contractor sending the information. They're showing that they reached the limits. You know, they dug till they hit where they didn't find anything. But DOE, that doesn't always necessitate the fact that they don't, just because you reach that doesn't mean that they won't say, you got to put in test hits anyway. But yeah, we went to the point where we reached the limits.
Cancer and there's still.
Yeah, but it doesn't, like I said, I forewarn everybody.
But is there, what's our ability to push back on that if we feel like that's not, you know, or is in this case is DOE, whatever they say is just, you just have to do it. Because I'm assuming there is both expense and kind of some, you know, that's future potential liability.
Yes,
There that I would rather eliminate if I can, and just because some DOE staff person, of course, if I have no skin in the game, of course, you know, it's what's the belts and suspenders kind of, you know, if I can just, this is what I want, and so you just do it, and it's like, yeah, prove it.
well, I guess we see what they request. And, you know, if it's really out there, then you basically talk to the PA. You know,
You know, at what point is it, we're not doing that?
you know,
I'm feeling cranky where it's like, you know, just fill the damn hole in.
well,
What tank are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. You're crazy.
I've seen them do some crazy things. I know.
I mean, let's not get wound up till we see. what
Yeah,
they
I say we just wait and see what they say. That's our best.
I will temper myself.
The only thing I was gonna add is, there's a workshop. Would it be good for us to have staff from the various departments here? If we come up with a countywide policy on how to answer 20 question emails? Should they have someone here for that or?
Yeah, it's on the agenda as far as that we're gonna have, because it's not unique to a single department.
No, we get ours.
They're getting more and more out. The same thing is happening that started with other departments that we need to figure out. So I was just thinking that we should invite them to be here so they can be in the loop for whatever we come up with on that one.
Yes, I assume there would be at least folks that have a interest or specific experience.
We're experiencing it now.
I know you are, so yeah, I would think it would be, or someone from your department would also be here.
Well, and it could be helpful for me to be able to ask questions or for you to have your input when we're coming up with solutions. So.
Yeah.
Have spare time.
We'll, I won't be here, so I won't be here, but I'll be on vacation. But Gordy will probably be here, because he'll be back. So.
That he's back. Or will be back. I know that, was he actually really off? Because I see that he responded to a public records request
Yeah,
yesterday.
he was at a wedding, so. You know, and he wanted a guilt on it. I want to say how the wedding.
I just, when people are answering emails on vacation, that's not. Not well, it's not, you're supposed to be resting.
True.
Which is not answering public records requests. That's, at least that's not my definition of
You're right.
vacation. I like to,
That wasn't my definition of a public records request either.
no, I agree, but anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Fine. Oh.
You need to pull out your security guard.
Yeah.
Bring him up or nothing.
Of course.
Magic book.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I was.
So would you blame him for that? He left.
That's why I wondered, I thought, what's going on? We had to pull him out, it's like, you're the only one to fix this. Why did we do this?
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Recognition of the holidays, we decided that Jeff Rowe is going to sing Ave Maria and King.
Is this, we're gonna,
The microphone is already done.
yes, the microphone's ready.
I guess.
Adadeps assures us it will go flawlessly.
I tell him not to torture those two.
Yeah.
If they get even. Good sport.
That explains why we have 127 people online. So. Sorry, it's all false alarm.
But I suspect.
Keep it working, right?
Yeah.
As a segue to Jeff, I do want to, for me to acknowledge all the good work that the team does. During the move into this building, Jeff, Shelby, Joe, and Curtis have done an outstanding job of getting each department up and running. And I've heard that from a lot of folks. I just want to acknowledge their hard work for that. And I'd also like to, I wish Jeff was still there, because I think these folks are under his guidance, but we don't often hear, or I don't often hear, attaboys for the building and grounds folks. They have also been working diligently to get everybody set up, as well as take care of all the rest of the stuff throughout the So we would like to acknowledge Troy, Van, Dale, Steve, Melanie, Joe, and Joshua for doing an outstanding job on behalf of all of us. It's a joy to work with. I hear that from a lot of people. So Jeff and I are going to update you on a few things. To start off this morning's update. Analog phone service that we talked to you about last year. But we're switching from analog to digital, doing away with the long distance codes. We had to wait till the supplemental was passed. And on your consent agenda, there's 2 items that will help us implement this. The downside is it could take 3 or 4 weeks to get the system up and running, which would take us into January. But we didn't notify the departments. Think it's going to change. To reduce their budgets by that $60,000 that it typically costs. We added the money to IT's budget for 2022. So if it does roll into January and we do incur costs, the departments have it, then the rest would be savings. If we need to notify them that those funds should be
Saved return at the end of the year.
So the good news is it should be there if in fact we don't get this set up in time for the January bill. But it'll be nice not having to wait through 1,000 pages a month for a bill and all this is code.
So we won't have our codes anymore.
No,
Don't open long distance bills.
except for like the shops and stuff like that. Those are the big.
Right. So that's so if you
How hard is the transition going to be as far as the 2 systems? I mean, as far as you shut this one off, turn this one on, and we're good? Can they run side by side?
From what I'm told, there will be no downtime.
Okay.
I don't know that I believe that.
Yeah,
but-
see, that sounds.
But that's what we're told.
Okay, so it really will be, okay. Because I wasn't sure of the timing, and honestly, when we moved, I wasn't sure. I was waiting the first time I used my phone over here, if I needed my code or not. And I was like, but I still did enter your code, so I did. So,
one thing that yeah, this is James, but we talked about centralizing the insurance bill in one place, but we did that in this year's budget. So I don't know if we could still do it. Try to take a supplemental to, if we'd have to create a line item, probably not departmental or something like. So hopefully next year we can talk about it, but we didn't get clear direction, so we didn't change all those budgets in the last year. So it's not a cost increase or decrease, but maybe next year we can make less compromise.
right.
And then one thing we just wanted to remind you about, because a recent example came up, is 9 months ago, we talked to you about the fairgrounds, about purchasing county-wide document imaging systems for public records and other things. Recently, well, with the retirement in juvenile adult software, the juvenile department is injecting this morning Superior Court uses is a legacy system created by the retiring department director. So it has to be replaced. I've talked to Judge yet over here, Joe, but juvenile, I talked to this morning. We have to come up with something else because we that work. We have a contract with the retiring employee to keep it working. So there are times examples that come up for having a enterprise-wide or county-wide system would be beneficial. We do have this
On base.
on base, which clerk uses that can be expanded to other departments would have to pay on base for the development of that. We have a slow roll, so to speak.
So you know, the clerk has just joined us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
She heard you.
Yeah.
Fast.
Yes,
Almost
yes,
there.
quick.
So, we do have that, but it's correct. I know public health is looking at a system, I think, to purchase with grant funds. So it'd be nice if we had an overall plan, maybe use a system, the one we have, or another, find another system. And as opposed to the $100,000 plus expense all once, just add departments as we go. But it's an issue that we're going to have to address class at some point, we're gonna have to address it with juvenile quickly. And potentially the Superior Court. Now, they told me that AOC, which is the Association of Courts,
Administrative Office of
There
the
you go.
Courts.
is developing one that juvenile could use, but they were told recently 2 years out. So there'd be no expense, but it's at least 2 years for them to develop. So we're gonna have to meet with the judge and figure out what we can do in the short term.
So the on base is that, are there other juvenile departments that use that?
I am not aware that they are.
Does it have, do you just like add modules?
Yeah, it's like a development platform that you can create basically whatever you want.
So you're talking about transitioning from on-base to image soft, right?
No, I actually wanted to clarify that. So Highland is the parent company, and we use one of their vendors called ImageSoft. ImageSoft is who we work with for our on-base document management system. Does that help clarify
They
that?
provide support.
Yeah, our support.
Soft provides support
Yeah.
Yes,
for the on base system
yes. And Highland is the parent company
of everything.
of that, and they also have the true filing module.
In my thinking of the county-wide things, I don't want juvenile to get some other thing that they like, and then we decide to go with on-base or whatever, and now you have another lazy thing that somebody can't run. So I want to make sure since we're moving in that direction.
And I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't
We take a wider approach.
do an RFP and go out, do a search and see who's out there and, you know, and do it that way. I don't know if we have issues with on base that would include us from maybe considering expanding.
I honestly believe it's in the county's best interest to utilize the on-base system. It can be, if you have a county administrator who facilitates that, then they can work with each of the departments to then help set up their filing systems, how they need it. And for the clerk's office, ours is set up into individual case types. And then within those case types, we have the ability to flag documents that are either confidential, so nobody can look at them. So then behind the scenes, those documents cannot be pulled up from people who don't have the authorization to look at them, or they go into non-confidential that are public access. And then there is a sealed flag for cases such as juvenile cases where they have been sealed. So that's how our filing system is set up. It has case types, and then it has another layer for whether documents are confidential or
And
not.
I would imagine that all these documents have an easy search feature. You can type in some keywords.
We don't use that feature because ours is all based off a case number. So we have put the case number, it pulls up the documents, all the documents for that case.
So I'm looking at this as a public record request.
But it does have that ability. It's just,
So that
we don't.
make sure that we provide all of the documents that we have, as opposed to accidentally missing.
So we're not asking you for
Yeah,
a
anything
decision
today,
today.
it
We
was
just
just,
want you to know that it does come up and we'll present it now with an issue. I think public health is either looking or is excited or is thinking of it, so it may come up again. So we just want to bring it to your attention. We do have.
Well, I hope what we'll do is rather, because I've always been comfortable with all of these systems. Like every department has its own thing, and then poor IT is trying to, or they can't because they have support and we have, as much as we can consolidate into a single or as close to that as we can, that can use a single platform that multiple departments can use. That seems to make a lot more sense because, and I would imagine in the long run, it's cheaper. It has to be more expensive to have all these individual standalone systems that have their maintenance fees and their all this stuff. You would think there would be some economy of scale if they're consolidated into. But I would
Right.
imagine the argument or the potential conflict is gonna be finding something that works for everybody. That's, because, you know, there's a reason these legacy systems are there, right? Because everybody, there's a constituency for each of them. Right. I know how to do this, I don't want to change.
Right.
Well, if we do something or when we do something, I think we would recommend it be probably a better term for it, a slow roll, instead of being the whole county at once. We do have elected offices and departments, then we do a department for office by office as, you know, and so it can be customized to the needs of each office and department and not basically forced upon folks, and then it's not overwhelming IT or any department. Get to that point.
So
With
with
that being said, I also don't want to spend the $30,000 upfront fee for each department if we could do it once and then do everybody at the same time.
Yeah.
And be like, we're fixing our processes, we've got multiple, you know, groups that all have the same problem. We gotta jump into the 21st century, so that's why you want to go with an RFP and see who can provide the services for all the departments that are interested in going paperless to that degree. That would be something that I think would be valuable and time saving in the long run. And then that's something we might be able to roll completely under IT so that we have the internal people who understand one system, whether it's ImageSoft, because ImageSoft does public health, they do clerks, they do, you know, they've got a different thing for everyone.
Well, we'll talk about it, look at it, see what's involved. And if we did an RFP, we want to include obviously other departments, offices.
Can I just add that, I mean, we really honestly already have a contract with OnBase to do the county, and that was set up in, I believe, 2012, before I took office, where Glenn and Sandra worked together to establish the countywide document management system, and licenses were purchased to start that. So if you was to stay with OnBase, it's just a matter of adding licenses. I'm sure the maintenance fee would go up with those licenses that you purchase, but I don't believe there would be that initial purchase of the software. Just my 2
We
cents.
can look into both.
Okay.
Maybe you'll be here with OnBase and ask those questions about developing it by department or just do it with their cost savings. And we'll look into both of those options and come back and get further guidance. So, thank you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Glad you were here. One more thing, we just want to, I don't know if you see clarification or make sure we're on the same page. So during our budget presentation, we talked about approaching each department and office and discussing with them, reducing those that have a laptop and a desktop to just a laptop and the docking station. We haven't rolled that out yet. Just this week, we replacing a desktop with a laptop and the department's assisting in keeping the desktop for other uses. And they don't know, and I haven't followed up yet. So we'll make sure we're on the same page. We roll that out to the departments. We will meet with them in the offices to make sure there may be some cases where it doesn't make sense. But every machine requires a license. So when one turns into 2, now we have double.
Multiple licenses, and they both wanted every pro and one, yeah.
So, yeah.
Quite a bit of licensing.
Another thing we're gonna do is during the pandemic, we pushed out a lot of loaner machines or additional machines for departments. Some continue to use them, some keep them in reserve, which I understand. We're gonna try and collect all of those because those machines need to be updated, maintained, licensed, paid for. So we have to look at our loaner fleet and make sure we have enough that in case of a disaster, we have enough to push back out, but it doesn't make sense to have departments or offices have them if they're not using them, because then they're outdated, they cause other issues. So it just makes sense, and some will want to keep them in that.
I just say good luck collecting those.
But, well, if we don't give them a license for a machine,
Yeah, they'll stop working.
they'll stop working, and that's not, well, we don't want to do that.
What is our replacement interval on laptops like ours up here?
Same for, desktop.
A lot of the loaners we pushed out were past the 5 years. They just, we try and keep a certain amount that are still good, or functional for an emergency, and we pushed a lot of those out. So some of them, many of them past their life.
Yes.
And so it's hard to update them.
Well, that was one of the questions I had when we just had the surplus auction. If there was any laptops in it, and I was kind
Yeah, I mean, for the moment, we're holding on to all of them. We might wipe them, so they're not eating up a license and store them, but in the case they're needed, we can image them fairly quickly.
What do you figure one computer licenses cost per year?
It's hard to say. I mean, there's multiple licenses. I would say maybe roughly $1,000 per computer per year.
Plus or minus, depending on.
Plus or minus, yeah. I mean, it's antivirus, Microsoft licensing, multiple Microsoft licenses, case licenses. There's a lot of different licenses that's like each computer.
of, if you're running a 5-year shelf life on a $2,500 computer, you're $500 a year.
Yeah.
On the computer, 1,000 a license. So that's why there's no reason you're not.
You know, it might be convenient to have both, but it's like, I can't use two simultaneously.
Yep.
And is there any way to see as far as usage?
Yeah, we have a system that tells us the last time anybody logged into it. And a lot of the loaner devices are unplugged and left in a drawer or something. So
So why are we paying for licenses for something that, oh, once a year, oh, I'm gonna pull this out.
My iPad sitting there, I keep saying, give it back to them.
Give it back to them.
sure.
No licenses iPad.
Speaking of licenses,
Well,
one of
there's
the,
that.
speaking of licenses, one
That's
of
a
the things
private
that-
conversation.
one of the things that we need to bring to your attention at some point is we don't have a institutional like Zoom license, and it's installed by a lot of departments. And at some point, we're going to need to force to look at a county-wide license as opposed to how we currently do it. So there is expense to that. We haven't brought that forward yet, but we're looking at it. At some point, we're going to have to. Because the Google Meets is part of the Google Suite, so we don't pay extra. for that.
Right.
So
And
it's,
all the logs and everything are retained
so
by
it's
our
also
system.
included in the system. Zoom is not part of that, so there is an expense. Just give you a heads up.
No,
Any questions, Frank?
Not pressing issues.
One thing, and I'll go ahead.
Thank you, sir, and tell your staff.
One thing I talked to Commissioner Christmas was that we're gonna look into fleet management software, to see what the cost is, what they do, and the abilities of give us. So we'll look into that, bring that information to you at some point. For that discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jan.
How far did you have to go to get the color copy?
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna happen really soon. So, good morning, everybody. I won't take up too much of your time today. I'm still rebounding from the 2022 budget build process. And working to prepare the budget summary report. There's, the goal that I have would be to set up a workshop with you all, fairly soon, early in the new year, I think, to discuss process improvements as well as the board's objectives and goals throughout the 2022 year so that that can get memorialized within the budget summary report. I have sent out a few emails to department heads and the budget personnel now that we're wrapping up 2021 to pay attention to their budgets and make sure to get any transfers that they may have or need to me sooner rather than later. I'm planning on the transfers coming before the board on December 28th. I've coordinated with payroll. Payroll will be processed on the 21st. Nicole and I are going to work closely on that so that she can get me the reports that would be beneficial to departments. That they normally wouldn't see until paychecks come out. But that will give them some hard numbers as to the wages and benefits lines, so that they can reevaluate their budgets and get me some information. Because of the holiday, the packets are due to Lee on the 22nd, so I've given them a hard deadline of the morning of the 22nd to give me an hour to try and put together the packet for Lee. Ask that they respect that deadline. So that we can wrap up 2021 and get anything that needs to be moved around. What I handed you was financials for year to date, where we're at as of the 7th. The supplemental last of the middle is not in there. And 100 funds, I'd like to note caution that those are very fluid right now. 100, the majority of the 100 funds operate in accrual accounting cases. There are JVs that are still having to happen, and some reallocations going on in there. If you've seen these salary reports before, I've given them to you before, but you can see where we're at trending. 21 for our revenues coming in. The second page is an itemized list of the type of revenues that I based on. So you can see what's in those first upper level categories of taxes and license permits, whatnot.
The retail sales, so sales tax. Here, this is year to date. Is that through? Does it include December revenue?
December 7th.
December 7th.
The next one would be a balance sheet that I put together. It's very similar to this.
Oh, it says that. Sorry.
State.
I can answer the question.
I didn't mention it, but
The,
I asked that
uh,
same question last time, so.
I'm trying to put together financials for you all that are similar and consistent with the state auditor's reports as well. Although these don't have any graphs on them, but at least you get familiar with how the annual report will look. The one I wanted to really focus on was the general fund. Without that $2 million of our home funds being moved in there yet, and this report doesn't reflect that. We are trending at this point to have a little buffer in fund balance. So that was a concern that I had. So I just wanted to highlight that. So long as departments don't end up making major purchases at the end of the year, things like that, we're trending to.
We're trending okay without the ARPA funds, is that what you just
Feel
said?
very close with a little bit of a buffer.
with you.
With
With
a
the
little
ARPA
bit of
funds.
a buffer there. So we won't know until I believe the last week of January, exactly where that's going to end up, because we have an open period in January where accounting still gets processed.
But we're hopeful that departments and offices understand it's not use it or lose it. Just because the funds are there, they may have less funds next year. Trying to
Spending while you got it.
stock up on things.
Would a reminder help?
And while it may be understandable, that will haunt us next year. It will roll into it next year as a lower ending fund balance. So, gentle reminder to my peers. It's okay to leave money, but many, if not most do, so I'm not making any accusations.
Jim, with our REIT, that falls into the excise tax, correct? And I was expecting to see a big bump from sale of SDS properties. Maybe we transferred, I don't remember how many parcels are over from one company to another. And it doesn't seem like that really is showing up, because I know it started in the Q3 and Q4, I think, when they started transferring all those parcels. Is there something that's missing?
That would be something that Greg could answer for you. He did make mention during a public meeting at one point that, the TCA's played a role in that revenue source. And location of where the cities were, if I remember right, but that's definitely ask Greg that question. To be able to answer that.
Because yeah, I would have expected to see something, Q4 should have been an outlier and it's in line with the other quarters, so.
Well, Q4 is only showing for the first week of December, so.
But they close, but it should, that's a good question, I don't know. Maybe that revenue doesn't hit, it doesn't get dispersed from the state, it doesn't show up in our, maybe there's a lag. I don't
Maybe
know.
we haven't yet.
Maybe we have, yeah, I don't know.
Greg would know that.
That's what I'm under, excise tax, 317.
So that's where I have.
Greg, are you online?
But that would show up in the fourth quarter, if it was fourth quarter.
Right, but
I mean, the fourth quarter number is really, really low.
anyway, that's a question for the separate.
So the reports continue, 100 funds are all rolled up together. Like I said, that is a very fluid number. Still has to take place. Capital funds, the next one, 100, which is Dallas Fort, there's only one. And the 500 funds would be ER&R, BR&R, and the city service vehicle. That one is low fluid as well because ER&R has a lot of JVs that they can do towards the end of the quarter.
Good question. Jim? Fiscal?
Thank you.
I'll just stay right here.
So collective bargaining update, they're all in the final doing the formatting and the unions basically signed off on all of them. And the teams, I think Public Works is still looking at theirs. They are scheduled to be turned in on the 22nd. Presented to you last meeting of the year. So we don't see any issues. Correctly formatted. Any final cosmetic changes that but Public Works expecting to look for that. Or you get to see the units happening. So we're good to go there. Patients will over. So I've contacted two of the department, Judge Crow, get an update on their staff reduction. There's no decision made to date. I'm not in any way, shape, or form criticizing Judge Crow because he stepped in and trying to fix it. Thursday is the last day for formal notice of the layoff. So if it doesn't happen by Thursday, it doesn't happen. And we're going into 2021. And I find it frustrating and saddening for those employees that are going into the holidays not knowing what's going to happen. We work all year to avoid that. So again, I'm not criticizing Judge Crow because he's trying to fix it. It's a sad situation. It shouldn't be. And I talked to the other judges about adult probation and their schedule. Today, so we'll get an update today on their thoughts on the chief probation officer. I do know a juvenile judge broke his posting for juvenile court administrator, hopes to have one on board by the end of the year. And so moving forward with that, because my statute has to have. So how that all impacts the budget.
Does he
think Canelo,
apply
yeah, I
for
think
one
that, well, I don't know, that'd be
wait
a
for the
question for
right
the PA.
person. Take 6 months.
That'd be a question for the PA. for Judge Brogue. I think he has to have one if he's trying to hire somebody. So I don't know if we need an interim by a certain date or that. I know statute requires they have one. That's the question. I mean,
Yeah, but that's meddling in their department.
no, it's a good question. I just, I don't know the answer to Judge Brogue, but I think it would be because it's an important requirement. And then the last thing is Jen and Keith and I want to talk to you about. You want to stay back there? You want to come up here? Casey has a cold.
Seasonal allergies.
He will allow it. You want to stay there? What is it?
Cooties.
Nobody wants to sit by you.
Wow.
It's the hot seat.
Yeah, always
Going
always
all
be
over.
I owe you.
So what did,
I'll remember that.
one thing I'm afraid they're gonna ask me to say about it. One thing we want to talk to the commissioners about is there was discussion during the budget workshops about potentially having a different process for filling a vacant position. I would expand that out to authorize new positions should those be proposed. Go down where the budget other things with public health. But even it might come up. You know, I've sat back and watched 2 complete budget cycles. Really isn't an opportunity for departments to talk about what their staff does, you know, the roles and responsibilities. That'd be a much bigger discussion. So consequently, when somebody has a vacancy, they come in, partly, Casey comes in, we get verbal, they fill it. So there's really no time throughout the year, either during the budget or filling a vacancy, when the commissioners or the department heads can really talk about, are there other options? Can it be job shared? What happens if it's not filled? Are there mandates that aren't done? If the mandates aren't done, what's the penalty? You know, because if the budget continues to be unsustainable, then other decisions have to be made. Sometimes having a vacant position is an easier decision than dealing with a position that has something in it. So we're just trying to find a time. Do you as commissioners want to have a time somewhere in the process where there's a more in-depth discussion about filling a position, vacant position? Or is the way we're doing it now working? I want to put something together. We have some suggestions if you want to. That one isn't equally applied to all offices and departments. Because that would create and or just becomes more work for people to do, which isn't fair for them either. So I guess we're just bringing it forward. But before we get into that, in terms of new positions, I asked Jen to get the grant committee up and running in January that we've talked about in the past, that we kind of delayed to get through the budget. In terms of new grant funded positions, that committee will be working with the departments to make sure that we have all the information before a grant is presented to you by a department, to make sure the department understands all the implications. Sometimes, I've been listening for a couple of years, we hire new positions, we never ask, is there a place for that position, that person to work? That person need a computer, and so does a grant card. Does that person need office equipment, and so does a grant card. We can spend $2,000 or $3,000 in cell phones, computers, licensing, trying to find a place to set this person that's not covered by the grant. And we eat away at any administrative fee that we may get as part of that grant or administrative overhead. So I think it's easier to ask those questions up front, and then when it's presented to you, you have all the information. So I think, so the grant committee, I think in terms, because I anticipated if we hired positions next year, it's more than likely to be grant funded because the money comes with them. It's absolute, but I know public health is actually looking at some grant funded positions due to COVID funding. So the grant committee will be set up to help those departments make sure they understand all of the unintended consequences ask.
Comments, questions?
I guess for me, looking at next year and looking at the unsustainability of the budget where we're currently at. For me, the big thing is if it's an unsustainable budget and we're having to use reserve funds to cover it in the future, don't we already have in policy that there should be a hiring freeze in place?
Yes.
And so my thinking is if we're looking at next year and the only way we're gonna be able to balance this is, burning through more cash, then is a hiring freeze or kind of like what you're saying, you have to come in here and show what the cost is if we don't hire this position versus what the costs are if we do hire this position, whether it's reduction in services or whether it's overtime because it's required. That to me, that's kind of like the place where we're getting really close to being. And so whenever somebody wants to fill a position that's, a retiring position, yeah, if that's what we're looking at right now, based on what our financial person is saying, what the budget could be, that's what we got to be.
Scary thing for departments and offices. So they don't always know when someone's going to retire or take a job in another department. So it's kind of random. I mean, it's not like they can do succession planning but on the other hand, it seems like the time to have that discussion. We met, talked a little bit, compared to present you with what it would look like. We just want to see if that's something you're interested in. I mean, Jen and I talked about it. There needs to be a lot more physical questions on positions replaced. Is it going to require something?
Is it ongoing? Is it one time? Will it require a supplemental? Is it grant funded? What's the stipulations regarding the position within the grant? If you're in a situation of using fund balance where we have been for the majority of all funds this year, technically there is a hiring freeze, but that hasn't. So those things being noted on every essentially the piece of paper that is brought forward, so that it's a reminder for everybody to be looking at their own budget, as well as a reminder for you guys who are people are coming to you every week with a bunch of stuff.
Clarification on hiring freeze. That just no new position, or is that clarification refilling the current vacancy?
Exact wording in that.
I believe it means any position, right? Person A leaves the office, there's a vacancy, and that's supposed to be, we are basically, it's consistent with policy in that that's why everybody has to come in to get authorization, because we're basically waiving that provision at this point, position by position. That's why KC comes in and says, do I have a verbal to go ahead?
I guess I would say I agree with.
That is for all positions, as it always has been, but I don't think that we're inconsistent with policy, because we are authorizing the position to go forward. If we didn't, there would, at this point, you couldn't fill it.
Well, it's been kind of a general understanding, right, that once the budget's approved, then
Right, if you're within that,
you're authorized to spend.
Right.
And refilling positions become more informal.
exactly.
And I'm not advocating these questions, these are just examples that I've used in different places in the past. Somebody would have to do those, they had to fill it out in writing and submit it in. I'm not advocating that at this point. Why the position become vacant? You may check changes to the job or alternate steps if you look at it, see if there's other ways to get the work done. There's failure to fill the position, greater public safety or compliance issue. Other state federal mandates that tighten this position, whether the operational needs of the organization, the position performing duties that have direct impact on your department or other departments. Sometimes you don't fill a position with one department, it impacts the work of other departments. Then they reassign staff. What's the nature of the work? Does position generate revenue or result in offsetting revenues? So, I mean, those are the kinds of questions you ask. You can ask as many or as few. It can be done in writing ahead of time, or you guys, we can give you basic questions, which you would expect them to answer when they came to ask you. So many ways to do it if you want.
My personal opinion is, yes, come up with a questionnaire. You should have to go through you guys with that questionnaire, submit the answers to said questionnaire, sit in the hot seat and answer what questions this board has. There's going to be some difference because somebody might have an existing position that they've had for 4 years that we might say no. But there might be another department that has a new hire because it's grant funded or piece of people funded or whatever, that it isn't coming out of our bankroll. So, okay. But yeah, I think we need to reevaluate.
Like caution I would have, because I'm not unsupportive of that. 'Cause I think is as you said earlier, is that we don't really, I've been here for 15 years and I don't have a clear, like I'm an expert in every department on their staff and what they do. And so for me to make a judge, so you've got to make your case, but I'm going to have some deference given to the director that knows the department, that knows how it functions. And I'm not going to step in there and say, oh, well, it's clearly you're way overstaffed. And if you move this over here and you move that person there, problem solved, let's go to lunch. It's like if I have directors that I don't feel, I'm not confident in their ability to, they really should be doing this every time there's a vacancy, that you should be looking at your department. Is there a way to restructure it, to move things around? I get that they don't, we all do this where it's the status quo is the easiest thing because it's been working. So let's just go with that. It's extra work. So that's the only caution I would have is that I don't want to cut them out where it's.
Right, and I guess.
And I don't want them doing busy work where they're answering all these questions that.
Yeah, well, that's kind of I guess I would say my point is each director, elected, whatever comes in here, they're not only going to have to fill the current open position, but as far as they're concerned, they need to
More, right.
So they're all going to have answers that, obviously, yeah, that staff person works at least 40 hours a week, is never planning. That's the answer. That doesn't necessarily make it true.
I think, if we believe, and I believe we'll do, that the budget's unsustainable over a long period of time. Balance the budget, but we know that.
And I want to be cautious about using those terms because the reality is there is not a county budget in the state that's sustainable.
Exactly.
And hasn't been for 10 years or 15 years. So this is nothing new.
No.
It has just been later to us because it's affecting us last.
Right.
Basically, we're the 39th county that is dealing with this. So this isn't some new issue. This is,
And I agree, unsustainable meaning that expenses grow faster than revenue,
Right.
which every city as well as every county.
I question that. Cities are.
So,
Boo-hoo.
As long as we understand that this is now affecting us,
right,
so that we can hopefully get in front of it.
yes.
They got a lot more
before we
tools than we do.
Keep the hand up.
From the finance side of things, because we are now affected by the structural gap in the same position as every other county, I think we need to look at our processes and procedures and change the status quo so that we have checks and balances to be able to manage more real time what's happening with their budget and the financial impact of that. So we don't end up at the end of the year with whoops, we
Right.
have a problem.
Well, I think,
And I want more, I guess I would say, and I'm hoping that you have more budget oversight because I'm actually, I've mentioned this to various people. I'm afraid that, yes, we did come up with a budget for 2022, but in a lot of different departments or electeds, you're going to start seeing supplementals to pay for payroll because they use the payroll money for something else. In other words, here's the budget you asked for, and you can spend over here. And what are you gonna do about it? Give me a supplemental or have another thing? So we need to keep an eye on that potential.
By statute, they're not allowed, they're not supposed to be spending the expense before the supplemental is approved.
I guess that's something else we talked about. There is no one single tool. So that's a year in potentially thing we watch for. What we're proposing, we're starting at the beginning of the year and we use throughout the year. So there's no one answer how we manage budget, different tools used at different times. But I would tell my peers and the elected and the appointed, one hand, this could be additional work on how levels the playing field. We're all gonna have to use the same process. Don't know in advance what the process is. We would have to have a regular time, or probably would like to have a regular time on the agenda, so they're not popping in after meetings and between meetings. You know, so we can, whether it be just 10 minutes or 15 minutes. What I also tell my peers is commissioners meet every Tuesday. There's rarely that something has to be done by Tuesday. While government doesn't always have to do things slower, we can slow some things down and make sure it's a thoughtful process. And since you meet every Tuesday, many times the rehire decision and wait to get the information put together. We're just not in that habit, right? So it's a status quo change.
I think it gives us an opportunity to talk to that director and say, hey, how can we streamline your department? How can we help you use technology to get better? Where you can work with less staff, or can you take on new projects?
So I would hope that my peers see this as an opportunity to give more information to the commissioners, and it doesn't have to be done during the budget process, so they don't have to worry. Maybe they don't understand what all the pieces do, how they interact, and they can do that throughout the year. It's a better option. So.
Well, and as to Commissioner Christopher's concern about what we're going to see in 2022. Like, I don't have any issue with, we need to be very firm that we communicate that it's not, it's the status quo is you don't, you know, we've always said, I want real numbers that we make real decisions on, not things that you're going to come back 6 months later and say that you knew that was not going to work. And I think we did a pretty good job of trying to root that out of stuff where it's like, you know, you balanced by removing things that your historical use of that line item was twice as big as that. What's changed? Nothing. That's not, no. I think that doesn't mean we did miss some stuff. We probably did somewhere. It's buried in there, but I think we did a pretty good job. The other is that we communicate that it is not short of some unforeseen, and unforeseeable is actually, that's more, not unforeseen, unforeseeable. You should have known, or you're bringing revenue with you to pay for it. The default answer is no. It's just like it, well, and I mean, that it can be that it's like, well, I guess you're salute, because honestly, wages and benefits are not unknowable. They are knowable with your current staffing levels, what they're going to be. If you see, you should be monitoring. I shouldn't have to be doing it for you. That, wow, it's June, we're 6 months through, and you've expended 8 months worth of wages and benefits. That's not going to work. What, everybody's taking November and December off? Yay, good. You know, no, you should know it. And we have, and for the most part, people are really good about that. But we've had examples of folks that don't, and then it's like, I'll just go back. It's like, oh, I miscalculated this. I need another $30,000. I need another $80,000. No. The answer is no. I'm sorry. I guess that's somebody's taking a month off because there's no more money for that. And you should have, known that it was foreseeable.
I
Just have to be
foresee
firm
us
on
having
that.
to make that example.
Yeah, well, we
At least
may.
in one department.
We're working with our other departments, building checks and balances. We would never want to remove that responsibility. away from the department director.
No, that is their job.
Right.
I see Jen as a checks and balance, and I see the auditor's office as a checks and balance, multiple sets of eyes looking to help the departments. Are you seeing this? Are you aware of this? But it's
The
ultimately.
problem is by the time it gets to Jen and or the auditor, we're way down the path.
Yeah, but with her new numbers where you can look at June and see they spent 67%.
I just don't want the departments to think, well, Jen's watching.
She's watching everything. I'm good.
That's- yeah.
Yeah, not her job.
Do you see anything to add to the?
No. She's hard to read with
I
them.
do.
Good.
Good to know.
I know, I can't. Got the old poker eyes going.
And the fan's drying my eyes out right here. So I'm trying to
So,
At least it's not blowing the papers off the desk.
so with your understanding, with permission, Jen and Casey and I will sit down and look at our process, both for building positions and then the grant committee will have a process as well. We'll work with Lee about maybe seeing if there's time on the agenda where we can have it a standing, item. And then we bring it back to you, of course, before we implement anything, but we work on it fairly quickly. And it might be good to dovetail with some degree of meeting that Jen's gonna have in the commission. Processes, protocols for finance going forward, because it's obviously basically things or a part of it. That okay? Is that what you want us to look into and bring back to you?
Yes. I do like the idea of just getting a standing time as far as for HR, for where it's not just the walk, where there's actually time, so we can actually start.
Public comment.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, really.
Yes.
Used to have about 29 minutes of
Yes.
just standing.
It was 105 every day.
Yeah, 105.
Most departments don't even want to come in at 1:30, they like this like a buffer. Like, oh no, I'm up at 1:30.
Yeah. Prime time. Full attention.
And to end our blizzards in questions before we conclude,
I'm not seeing
I would just like to say on behalf of Casey and Jen and Jeff, we'd like to thank the partners, the other departments that we couldn't do our job without. Lee and Jane, a big part of that. PA Canal in his office, Treasurer Gallagher in his office, and Auditor Sorensen in her office. We couldn't function and do the things that we need to do without a partnership with them. We think it's important that we acknowledge during this time of Thanksgiving and that value their help. And I personally want to say special thanks to Casey and Sandy, Jen, Jeff, Shelby, Joe, and Curtis. How proud I am. And it's an honor to work with them. With my report.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Poker face.
Rob, I forgot to give- See, I forgot to give this to you. Oh, thank you. Rob.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, is that Jeff? That's.
Ooh, let's not touch it. Let's see whose it is. No. Rob, is this your best? Oh, it is Jeff's son. Ooh. Let's see.
That might be worth something.
Yes, we can know all the
It's a-
roads. Road plans for days.
Break.
I guess I can finish up maybe on the fire. So they didn't sign that contract because they were advised that it had. So they must have been aware that we were at least talking about that here. We were curious why it was a what. Use your agreements. Other pitch was Sadis Radio not being done after all the years because they're fearing risk of property or persons. So that's there too. Same deal when we start talking about a new radio site. That. So fire hall, tax 500 residents. Same thing. But let's do status. Let's pull the remote one down. See if status works. Maybe we can put the remote one in the dispatch or something. I don't know. But one thing at a time. But
It's a transparency. Yeah. I think it's our prime.
Yeah, but it's not one that we can be on. It's fire or home. It's not like, it's not like tack one, tack two, tack three.
But that's the intent. So,
Pretty sure maybe that is tack one.
so, I don't know. But I mean,
Anyway,
yeah,
but
that
anyway,
is,
that's-
that is good to communicate. Yeah, if you want to be cited, it's $1.6 million.
Well, it was.
Yeah, that was.
That's for old
probably-
equipment.
Yeah, that's for old, obsolete, apparently equipment.
Add 4% a year.
Yeah.
Well, if we have another site that we have to re-up next year. Foolish. In front of that.
Updates. I did have, ADSWA.
You got it.
Yeah, that's all that, well, guess what? All of this happens through a governance board that has to do all that first. So, we met on Friday. Actually, it was, yeah, I was here. I was trying to do it in my office and the jet engine was so much I couldn't hear anything. So I came in here because it is much quieter here. That's when they were installing the we do have one. I feel something under here. I'm not, yeah.
You got one over there?
I don't know.
I feel
Go
the
around
ice
under there.
inside the lip of your building.
Evidently not, used to in the old.
Apparently we have one, so, okay. That's an interesting, because it's, you know, it's a 5-county cog. So there's one commissioner from each county, and it's been interesting because we're almost all new to that. Like this is all, they're either a new commissioner or it's a new assignment. And so the only Commissioner Mahar from Skamania County, who is the chair, is the only. No, that's not true. Dan Cawthorn, right? It's been there forever.
Mahar isn't his first term.
And I think he's on his second term. He's on his second term. Yes. So he's new to being the chair. So so there's lots and lots of questions because we don't really know how things work. And it is I mean, that agency is, it's all, and there's all, well, you see, but we do continue to, I keep pushing on there's no reason to build a, you know, a reasonable reserve is a reasonable reserve. That program dollars need to be going to programs because we, senior services, we can use, because that's the dollars that we don't have to replace to backfill. And so you are seeing some of those are they're supplemental, they're additional. You know, there's a little more funding at the end because there was some left. So, but it's a good week. We asked a lot of quick questions. And then I had 3 hours of housing yesterday. We are continuing. The funding gap on the assisted living facility, the newest numbers, it's about 3.2.
Is that just inflation? It was less than that before, wasn't it?
It was, it's construction inflation. I will share maybe he's gonna print me those today sometime. I will share the one is it's kind of like a prospectus where there is that 3.2 million. We're gonna try to find some private investors that are not, because we don't, you can't pay a return, it's just sub-market, it's 4%. I don't know if there are some people that are like philanthropic. Again, it's not you're not donating it, you get it back. I think it's a 10-year, 15-year payback. To try to, because that's really the only option. But 3.2 million seems like a philanthropic, well, from multiple people. So we do have a list of potential people to reach it, including some things like that they are going to approach as far as. But I'll get you the so you both can take a look at it too, and maybe do some brainstorming of folks because it's what the project is as far as the educational piece and as far as the beds and all of the different stuff, and then the other piece is kind of the financial piece. It's about a 3-page. That's the airport. No, we've never been under 2. It was about 2 million, and so with the new, because we did ask for, we want real numbers. It doesn't do any good to try to, because we all know what's happened with construction inflation. So they generated it's about 3.2 million is what the gap is. Yeah, it should be going up, and there is some. We actually factored in some inflation. That 3.2 is to
build on what year?
Would be within 12 months. So that's basically built in the factor for the next year. But then after that, it's just going to continue. If you're looking at 4 to 6% inflation on a $19 million project.
Right, you're looking at like 3.5. It's not
Right.
Is there, I'm sure you've already thought about it, is there anything that's built back better? Like with the senator?
No, we had, that was the hope, is that we did apply and we were not successful as far as we were hoping for, what's that called, congressionally designated directed spending.
Right.
And so we did apply with both Congressman Butler's office and both senators. And it didn't make the cut on any of the. I want to say it's 19 million, but it's in that because it's updated. Well, I was using the word 18 million, but I noticed yesterday it's now 19 million. I won't say 56. I think it's 40 of assisted living and 16 of memory care. But it might be 50, it might be 30. I know it's 16 of memory care. I know.
So I mean,
But then I was also sitting in the other meeting 2 weeks ago where it was,
Yeah.
mental health was 15 million.
Yeah, this is cheap.
This is a cheap.
Right? And this generates cash.
Right.
This pays for itself. And about a 4% return. So if you know somebody with 3.2 million that is philanthropic.
For 4% on 6% inflation.
Yeah.
Better roll it, yeah. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
second.
I have a motion in a second to adjourn until 1 o'clock. All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes.
I wasn't in a hurry, so.
Yeah.
Well, I told Laura.
I printed them to the color copier, so I'll go grab them.
Okay.
Have them before lunch.
No. Oh, excuse me, here I'm writing and doing.
Should be working. We didn't have to tell us this week, did we?
No, no, I left. Yeah, I know. Yes.
Oh, do I?
Oh, you're honored for today.
And it's 1 o'clock. All rise. I'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with our pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the business agenda, with one item under new business on scheduling public meetings as presented.
Second the motion. Okay, I have a motion and a second, adopting the business agenda with one add-on. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. We don't have any meeting minutes at this time to approve, which will move us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to make comment to the Board of Commissioners on any topic that is not on the agenda later. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. We will go back and forth. We have folks on Zoom in chambers. I will start in chambers and inquire first if there's anyone here that wishes to make citizen comment. Not seeing anybody, I will go online if there's any. 7211, go ahead.
This is Greg Wagner with Cease. On May 20th, 2020, you held a 3-hour workshop and Mr. Christopher did not wear a mask in violation of the governor's mandate. You, Mr. Sauter, did not require him to put a mask on. He did not leave the chambers. On September 14th, 2021, the citizens were in the chambers and weren't wearing masks. You told them they were violating the governor's mask mandate and you left the chambers and hid in your office. Why did you stay in the May 20th meeting when Mr. Christopher did not have his mask on, but you couldn't stay in the chambers on September 14th when the citizens didn't have their mask on? Mr. Christopher stayed in that meeting on the 14th for an hour and a half without his mask on, and you didn't require him to put it on. Apparently, there's different rules for the commissioners. During the September 14th meeting, you claimed you adjourned the meeting, but you never put a motion before the board, nor was it seconded. Mr. Anderson confirmed this, that you did it improperly. When you left the chambers, you ordered Mrs. Schnell to turn off the recorder in violation of the RCW, that the meetings are supposed to be recorded. Then Mr. Anderson stated the recorder was inadvertently turned off. Some more misinformation from the commissioners. He didn't have his facts straight, something Mr. Anderson claims only the citizens do. Mr. Sauter then returned to the chambers on the September 14th, and he and Mr. Christopher had a private meeting not allowing the citizens to be part of it, violating the RCW Open Public Meetings Act. Then Mr. Anderson stated to both of you, gentlemen, take your illegal meeting into another room, which was dumb advice because that would have made the private meeting even more illegal. Mr. Anderson knew it was an illegal meeting in violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. You commissioners are allowed to violate the laws and never be prosecuted, but citizens must follow the laws. You must be held accountable for your actions. When will you stop violating the Klickitat County Zoning Ordinance 5.16 and start billing these corporations for their $1 million projects for county staff time? And you'll make sure that you charge the citizens $4,000 when we file an appeal against the same corporations. Thank you.
Assuming that concludes your remarks, Mr. White. Okay, I will come back to the room. Does not appear anybody at this time. I will go back to Zoom if there's anybody that wishes to provide public comment. Unmute yourself, raise your hand, *6 if you're on a phone. Not seeing. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Sherry Bosque.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. It's been brought to my attention that Avangrid has an issue going on in Maine, the state of Maine, And just by coincidence, I was calling a company that makes dog coats, by all chances, that's located in Maine. During my conversation with this lady who makes dog coats per specs for your dog, I asked her if she knew anything about the energy issue in Maine. And boy, did she ever. And boy, was she really upset about what was going on as a citizen of Central South Maine, where Avangrid has bought the public utilities out there. I have 3 minutes, so I'm not going to go into all the details. But why I tell you this is because Avangrid is in our county. They have a lawsuit against them right now. Also, Iberola, they own them. They're from a different country. If these green energy corporations are having legal issues in other states, and it is your responsibility to do this research about Maine and the lawsuit and what's going on with this company, because you are to protect us. But I'm informing you that these are the companies you commissioners are working with right now for wind and solar. And you need to be looking at who you're working with. And I am concerned that Klickitat County could be at one time sell our public utilities to Avangrid. And so you're being informed that these companies, there's New Mexico, the commissioners just voted them not to buy their public utilities. There is a Rhode Island. There's a lot of corruption going on. And so I feel I have publicly notified you, commissioners, of who these electrical green energy players are. And you are to protect our county from having anything bad. And I encourage you to look into what is happening at Maine, because as this lady told me, as a citizen whose rates were doubled, and Avangrid just threatened them to have rolling blackouts for winter because they voted down their project that they were doing illegally. She said, stop them now. Do not let them take over your county. So that is a real conversation I had by chance with a real citizen of Maine that is really being negatively affected in their energy world right now. And I encourage you to look into who these players are and the harm they can do to Klickitat County. Thank you.
We are still in citizen comment period. I will go online if there's anybody that wishes to bring public comment. This is your opportunity. *6 if you're on a phone. Not unmute yourself. Not seeing anybody. We'll be open for citizen comment for the next 22 minutes. Holidays. Must be. 5252. 5252.
Hello, Ryan Moe here. Hey, a quick question for you guys about the auctioning off of the economic development building. From what I understand, it was auctioned off for about $12,000. I'm just curious as to what the total county loss was on that.
Oh, and if you're referring to so you're referring to the annex as far as economic development, natural resource building?
Yes, that's the building I'm talking about. And also, calling in, it seems like ever since you guys moved into the new building, the sound quality is terrible. Is there any addressing that?
This is Commissioner Christopher. I can address the sound. I talked to IT this morning. The company providing our new mics, since these mics don't work very well, hopes to have them around the Christmas week. But with delays in shipping of everything out there, we'll just stick to saying we hope to have them by Christmas week.
Okay, I'm having a really hard time hearing you guys. I think what you said, Dan, was hopefully look for an improvement around the first of the year.
Yes, I think that's accurate. As to the economic development building, your question was how much was the loss to the county? There was no loss, so that's.
Yeah,
as far as the structure was scheduled to be moved at a pretty significant cost to the fairgrounds, the board, that was going to be used as a office for the fair board. They declined that offer, and so we actually are now netting the $11,000. Which actually we had budgeted close to, I think, $200,000 of additional expense to move the building, build a new foundation, reset it back up again. And so I would argue that we're to the plus $11,000 instead of being to the negative $200,000.
okay. I got a quote on that building for $50,000 on the move by the time you jack up the power lines on and that stuff. So the 50,000 and the 200,000 seem like they're a little ways apart. I hate to see the county take that kind of a loss on a newer building just to acquire another 10 parking spots if that's what it's for. But anyways, thank you, commissioners, for your time. I appreciate it. Over.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I'll ask in the room again. I'm not seeing any takers online. If there's anybody that wishes to provide public comment, this is your opportunity. Unmute yourself. Raise your hand, *6 if you're on a phone. If somebody changes their mind, please get our attention. Although I did have I would speculate, I don't know for a fact, but I would imagine there would be a significant public process for a public utility to divest itself of its asset, since it belongs to the people. Again, I'm speculating. As opposed to a private utility. Apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. Same situation working with.
Commissioners, I have to admit again.
Sorry, ma'am.
Oh.
I'm not going to tolerate, as far as it is citizen comment, you used your 3 minutes. I'm assuming it is not a conversation. I was just having a talk, ma'am.
I'm trying to inform you that it's you guys are.
Ma'am, it is not
I
ma'am.
can't hear you. And I don't know how to participate in a public meeting when you're in I can't understand what you're saying. So it's not very open to the public when we can't understand what you're saying.
Right,
You were just talking about a public building. I know gavel meeting.
Ma'am, my God, you're gonna hear me.
Who is not
We
civilized,
will.
sir?
Please contain yourself. And I
I'm
will try to
informing
contain.
you.
I
I
will.
can't hear you.
Please just mute her. And I will try to address. We have addressed this before. We understand the sound quality is not good in here. We are addressing that issue. I will remind folks for the record, we are actually not required. There is no RCW that was referred to earlier that we must broadcast these meetings. They are open to the public. We are doing this. We want to do that, but that is not a requirement that we are failing right now. We are doing our best, and we will make sure with the technology that people can hear, but we're not required to do that. And so don't quote RCW to me. There isn't. We are meeting the RCW. We could stop broadcasting now, and we would be within we would be legal for what we're supposed to do for open public meetings. So don't confuse people by making statements like that. So I understand, we want people to be able to hear, we are doing our best. We've explained that on multiple times. I will encourage folks that are either testifying or speaking, or my seatmates, that when you're speaking, please raise your voice so that people can have a reasonable attempt to hear what we're talking about. We are still in citizen comment. We are at citizen comment. If there's anybody in the room that wishes to provide comments, this is your opportunity. Although I, in the past, when we use it, but I don't know.
Well, they tried to use it over there, did it? Anyway. So
I don't know.
I was gonna pick it up and play on it just to see it.
Where's my stress?
Squishy bar. No problem with that.
I did bring my key for you.
The brand in. So I know about that.
It will get quite loud.
Right.
Well, I am very frustrated with what passes for acceptable civil behavior.
Three, 376.
3376, go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and people. Dan, Commissioner Christopher challenged me the other day to find somebody that might be interested in the Annex number 1 to help preserve it and, use the 14,000 square feet somehow. I know somebody that does that. In fact, his company just bought a bunch of buildings in Coos Bay, Oregon, and rejuvenated them. One of them being a hotel and some historic buildings down Coos Bay. So there are people out there that do that. So if you guys would be interested, I'm going to try and get a hold of this person and maybe introduce them to you. And if you put that building up on surplus, if he could get it cheap enough, he might be interested in coming in here and doing what he's doing with those old buildings in Coos Bay. Surely they're running into some asbestos and black mold. I can't understand why that annex building wasn't taken better care of over the years. But there are people that renovate old buildings like that. So, we'll talk about it in the future. Hopefully we can get you guys together and save a big chunk of downtown Goldendale from the wrecking ball. If you're interested in that, just say yes or no.
This is Commissioner Christopher. I would say that if I can find, or somebody can find, or if there is a buyer out there that is interested in that building, and this is me speaking for myself as a commissioner, and they're willing to sign a contract that they will fix it up and bring it up to spec and keep it the way it is and not demolish it into a parking lot. If that is in the contract, then I am more than happy to work with them. If this is something like the city did with the old retirement home, where you give it away for $1, they demolish it, and now they own prime real estate, I'm not interested. So
I'll tell you what, Dan.
If they're willing to sign a contract, send them our way. We can have a discussion with Public Works about it.
Yes, absolutely. I will send you the gentleman's information, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. McCune.
Okay.
Speak up.
My question with regards to the building is, we were required, according to our building permit, to create so many parking spaces. And that 14,000 square feet building has a number of parking spaces that we were supposed to be required to create. If that building stays and we are still required, and the city still requires us to create the same amount of parking spaces, that could be a large cost to us from buying private property from somewhere else to demolish in order to create that same number of parking spaces. So that is the question. If the city is willing to release us from the number of parking spaces that we were required to create, that would make a lot more sense, but I don't know where the city council would be at.
Right, and my thinking is, if you can get rid of that building and use the money for that building to buy something else to create some space, that's fine. But again, issue number one is somebody's got to be willing to buy the building and sign a contract that they're going to fix the building. I'm not worried about parking or anything else until I see that, because I don't think that's the hurdle that I don't see happening. So when they contact us with a purchase agreement or a purchase option, then we'll move forward.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there's anybody that wishes to provide public comment to the board, this is your opportunity. Please unmute yourself, *6 if you're on a phone. Not seeing anybody. Okay, if you change your mind, there's still time.
Yeah, last estimate I got from Brody was like $2.1 or $2.3 million for that building. And that was old construction numbers, not new construction numbers. So if somebody's willing to sign a contract that they're going to invest that into that building, we can have a big discussion. I don't see that happening.
Private sector. Mr. Chairman, I usually don't try not to respond to things, but when I am directly quoted as stating, please take your illegal meeting into another room. I watched that video multiple times, and those were not the words that I used. I just like to be on the record saying.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I would concur that I don't recall you stating such a thing.
I didn't either. Yes.
Okay, if somebody unmuted.
337-672.
Yeah, hi, this is Ken McCune again. The idea was to get the building put on the surplus market, so anybody could take a shot at it. So that's basically what my mission is, to get it. And and if nobody wants it, you guys still own it. You can tear it down. What is the problem of taking a month or two and testing the waters?
Mr. McKinney,
obviously people.
Yeah, no, I don't think there is any problem with that. We are not, like, action on that building is not imminent. And I think we've said before, we're open, but there would be the consideration would be with the city as far as as long as we'd have to know as far as the parking spaces or not, or whatnot. I'm fine. I have said that before. If somebody wants to, if that building can live on and have some productive use that does not create liability for the county, I'm good with that. I don't like seeing things tore down, but
yeah, Yeah, you're into construction. You know the quality of the workmanship in that building, and so, and hopefully there will be somebody else interested in it. If not, it'll be history. But anyway, that's all I had to say, and have a great day, and thank you for all the good work you did.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McHugh. That does exhaust your 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there is someone that wishes to provide comment, this is your opportunity. If you just joined us. It's fine if it's somebody new.
No, it did not.
Oh, your key card wouldn't work?
Nope.
My parents to lock it, but it wouldn't unlock it. Playing with it. Well, actually, that didn't lock it, so then I think office stand there is.
Rob's has been, I can't undo the front door either. You're supposed to get us a office. That way, that will unlock and lock. They don't want people, because of mistakes that could happen. Someone might come in, use their key and accidentally unlock a room.
Oh,
And so that-
permanently unlocked.
Right, that's why they prefer to have an office for everyone that actually will unlock it, keep it unlocked. And lock it back up when you're done. I just want to be able to get in now, lock them up when I need to, whatever means they choose.
You mean IT?
I mean, well, it's actually Public Works, Buildings and Grounds.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Your key should be able to unlock it.
I would like that, yes.
we can make that.
I said not yet, I'm
Those
saying
are
those
ready
two.
to do that?
Yeah.
They're busy.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If they're giving folks one more opportunity. I don't see anybody. No, now we're not, well, we can't. Close.
Files like that. This time of year with all the senior contracts.
It's also at the end of the year.
Health department, there's more staggered though, right?
Well, and the worst one, well, there's, I guess there's a question, those. Usually the senior services one that has a contracts are the most complex, they're usually 50 or 60 pages to make a budget amendment of $27. If there is, birds more than $27 in paper. It's more than $27, just for the record. It's the same. Public health, those ones seem to be, they're in the 40-page per amendment. They're not as big, and it works its way. Public works, there's your
So you
transportation, those are.
I don't know, you can get a crap board thing and it ain't nothing.
No.
For a bridge.
For a bridge is fewer pages.
Yeah.
Millions, it seems like the more money it is, the
Smaller the contract is. Okay, there's 1 minute left in citizen comment. This is opportunity, last call. Still not seeing anybody. And it is now 1:30. Citizen comment period is over. I will move us along. Our next order of business is public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. We have a public meeting to consider final approval of boundary line adjustment 2021-07 and short plat SPL 2021-15. These are this is in the Houston vicinity. The applicants are Dawn and Heidi Struck. We will start with a brief staff report. Please try to speak up.
I hope I can drop my mask to talk.
Go ahead.
Is that okay? All right, so final approval, this boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-07 is a proposal to adjust the boundary between parcels 0411 2000 0009 00 0411 2016 0902 00 and 0411 17 13 03 04. It's also simultaneously done with a short plat number SBL 2021-04, which is a proposal to create 4 lots from parcel 0411, excuse me, 17 13 02 04 00 in the Houston vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment and short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions of preliminary approval have been met. That the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this short plat and boundary line adjustment. The motion needs to be made granting final approval of BLA 2021-07 and SPL 2021-15. Applicants Dawn and Heidi Struck.
This is a public meeting, so I'm not required, but I will ask if there's anybody wishing to provide public testimony on this boundary line adjustment short plat / short plat. Not seeing anybody. Any questions or comments? Oh, there is. All right, Ms. Busquet, go ahead.
Yes,
Yep.
I would like to know if this short plot will be making additional properties.
This is not questions, this is comments on the short plat that's included in the agenda packet.
Yes.
Well, I would like our county to take note that we do have a comprehensive plan in the Houston BZ area. And when we're continuing to, approve short plats and add new homes to the area, I would hope you are taking in the comprehensive plan as you're adding more and more homes to our area. You're fully aware we have a subdivision coming. So I'm hoping our county commissioners are watching over our area and not allowing too many homes to be built inappropriately as you continue to short plat.
Okay. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah, because I figure you'll approve it anyway, but it just seems like with our subdivision and everything else going on out here that you are taking into consideration the growth and road safety and everything that goes along with these additional homes.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else that wishes to provide comment on this boundary line adjustment, short plat specifically? Screen. Not seeing anybody unmute. What's that? Okay, questions or comments from the board? I would just make a comment. I would just reiterate the staff's in their statement that all the administrative review of the short plat, which does include, among other things, review for consistency with the comprehensive plan, all zoning requirements, all planning requirements, all plating requirements, public health, all things, and those have all been signed off. There is, and those have all
Yes, they
been.
have. This proposal meets our zoning ordinance, our short plat ordinance, and all of our.
It's been approved and signed off by all the.
This is the final
Yes, it
step.
has been signed off by all the appropriate
Agencies and
departments.
departments.
And it was routed for environmental review.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
For those on Zoom, we're paused to look at documents, so, right, that's why we're not talking yet.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I would entertain one or if you want to question.
You want to do it or have it do it?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment 2021-07 in the short plat SPL 2021-15 parcel numbers.
Just the app.
To the Houston vicinity, applicants Don and Heidi Strum.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to grant final approval to boundary line adjustment in the short plan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion round and around. Our next order is consent agenda. So we can get the, okay, you want
discussion first?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay. Since doing number 18, the West District Court audio visual. I don't have necessarily a problem with the audio visual other than it's non-budgeted. They're going to be asking, we're hoping to receive grant funding, but obviously we don't. So it kind of goes into what we were planning on doing with COVID funds, worst case scenario. But I'm just kind of trying to see where your guys' heads are.
Is that on this one, but in the budget note, where was the funding? Was it from the
Out-of-pocket expense, the court would be seeking to apply for a court security grant.
Right, we can all hope that they see correctly.
It's better.
You need some more pins?
I need the not super ultra fine point.
Yeah, I understand the safety need that they want better visual.
I want one of these.
He's gonna steal that like he stole my highlighter. I didn't see it coming. Have an extra word now. It's faded.
We have 2 signatures. Go ahead. Right. Let the record show I am returning.
This is extra fine point permanent marker.
I wonder what's.
I'll give you a selection next time.
I'm thinking, anyway.
So anyway, back to the topic. I hate people throwing items in the agenda that we don't have budgeted and we don't know if they're going to be budgeted and it just gets approved and then next thing you know, there's a supplement. So I'd like to know where we're coming with the funds. If it's not going to end up getting. Have that discussion. Say, hey, you should apply for the grant. Great, if you don't come back. Knowing that if they don't get it, then we're okay with using whatever COVID funds or whatever we're going to do, or we're just going to generally, I'd kind of like to know what we're going to do. So if the grant doesn't happen.
Fair point.
Yeah, that was my question. Is this typical, it's the end of the year, they have some money left in their account, they're trying to spend it?
I didn't see that. I don't think the money is in their budget, and it's sure not. I mean, they don't have a lot of expenses. I looked at their 22 budget. If you another question. Would I personally like to see somebody throw that number at me during the budget season and say, yeah, this is kind of what. So, no, I don't see this coming out of their 2021. I don't see the way, shape, or form it coming out of their 2022. It's either grant or on a supplemental or one way. It's a smaller number, but I'm sure it's just the first.
Well, my suggestion is if we are unsure, the whole kind of premise of the consent is stuff that's non-controversial. We've already discussed. We know it's housekeeping. Usually it is. This obviously is not, and so I would suggest that we just pull it for further discussion and give the.
They're going to be here this afternoon.
They're going to be here this afternoon, and it could go back on next week's if it's like we are reminded of the discussion of before. Where it's like, remember I talked about this, blah blah blah.
I went back and looked at the initial, when we sent out the COVID requests of one time. It's not on there. One time.
So I had obviously inaccurately assumed it was being funded from the courthouse, or the courtroom. There's some grant dollars every year that gets put in the fund, and then they use it for courtroom improvements. Fund, but that's not what this is.
Didn't know that existed.
Yeah. So, and it's at the judge's discretion what they fund that. So whether this would even be eligible, I would pull 18.
Is everybody okay with the rest of the consent?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 23 items, noting that item number 18 is moved.
I would second the motion.
You have a motion and a second to approve the consent, pulling item number 18 for further consideration. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Whoever wants to get this tax. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the pay estimate to Thompson Brothers Excavating in the total amount of $99,306.80, which does have retainage for the countywide guide and post and signing project CRP.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second for pay estimate number 1 to Thompson Brothers Excavating. I obviously didn't say. Oh, yes, Jeff this morning said, oh, that shouldn't be there. Well, I think. Yeah, there was, well, anyway, okay.
Yeah, that's final.
The bill to, is that the final? I thought it
Oh,
was.
maybe it's the other one.
No, I thought,
Yeah.
it's here. Okay. I wrote
Central
myself a
Washington
note.
asphalt.
Oh,
Number 2, so that really is pay estimate.
Okay.
Anyway, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to pay the estimate to Central Washington Asphalt Inc. in the total amount of $19,875, which does not contract retainage for the West Darland Drive overlay CRP 361 federal aid number STPR-K201 :001, contract number TACE-7080.
I would second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for the payment to Central Washington Asphalt. All those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to release retainage to James Dean Construction Inc. in the final amount of $3,624.20 for the Roosevelt Grade Road drainage upgrade.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second for the release of retainage to James Dean Construction. This is for the Roosevelt Grade Road Drainage Upgrade Project. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $343,396.86 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $764,693.87 for the date ending December 13th, 2021.
Second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to pay the bills. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. got a few minutes before, oh, we're all right.
Oh, obviously.
Great. We're running a little bit ahead, so we have a stack of things to sign. I don't know if I see Judge Baker yet. We know how valuable the court's time is, so we will.
Actually, I've got all out.
Oh, yeah.
It's too cold to golf, so.
Yeah.
Never too cold to golf, sir. Okay, I stand corrected. As a matter of fact, when it's really, really cold, it really, really frozen, your ball bounces far. That's true. It doesn't plug.
Get them out of order.
Just need to remember AP would.
No, we paid it.
I apologize.
Lots going on.
Is there a second one we missed?
No, all I heard was the pay estimates. I apologize.
Gentlemen, this is Rebecca Cranston
Yes.
over at the prosecuting attorney's office. Do you have a quick minute?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to bring to your attention, I think there have been some questions raised regarding purchasing of non-public works services and the dollar threshold that we can pursue without bidding. And so we've looked into this issue, and the statute allows up to $10,000 purchase with an order by the commissioners allowing such. Per our review, it looks like we currently have a $2,500 limit. And so at this point, I think the proposal would be to put forward a resolution that allows up to $10,000 purchases without bidding for these types of services. And again, this is non-public work services.
So anything over the 10,000 threshold would have to go out for bid. What about professional services as far as like an RFP? I guess RFI, RFQ,
I think IT is different too.
and IT is separate, software is different as well.
There is an exception for software and IT that allows you to get around this requirement. I believe that's up to $50,000. I did provide Renee with that statute because I know she's looking at acquiring software. It still requires certain criteria be met, but it would give her more discretion in the purchase of that software. This would be up to $10,000. And then the statute between 10,000 and 50,000, I believe it allows a vendor list or bidding. And the previous resolution entered does cover that. So really our concern at this point is that we can go up to $10,000 without bidding for these kinds of services. But right now we're limited technically to that $2,500 threshold because that's the latest resolution and that was done in 2006.
Right, take any questions.
Does our resolution in 2006 have anything to bear on the software purchasing as well? Is that included, or is the software purchasing a state RCW?
The software purchasing is a state RCW. I'm not sure when it was enacted, but it was intended to allow that flexibility given how, I guess, specialized software and technology is, so that someone trying to purchase software is not limited just to the lowest bidder, that they can actually look at the services offered. So we would not need to build that into the resolution to be able to use that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will end. Judge Baker. Judge Baker, have you joined us yet? I'm not seeing you on the Zoom.
He's gonna be here in person.
Oh, he's gonna be here in person.
His son leave the courthouse.
Oh, okay. Oh, even better. That would certainly be preferable.
Is it okay to tell a judge to run, or is that too
No.
bad to tell a judge? I think he was at a full run.
even just because you can, doesn't mean you should.
I would drive the speed limit.
Yeah, yeah, I would too.
Papers like
They're
this.
sitting on there, yeah.
I tried it over.
No, it's, I know, I bet that is.
I had 3 of them here today, you know, that's where I signed here with the pages.
Okay, our next agenda item is discussion related to adult probation departments with East District and West District Court judges. Want to come forward? I would ask you, I can see Larry is here as well, wherever you want to be in the room is your discretion. I would ask the judges, we are having, it's difficult for folks online. We're still having some sound issues. So when you're, if you can just try to use a raised voice.
All right.
We're not used to that.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, welcome. Yes, we'll kick that off as far as whoever wants to go first.
Right, well, as you know, with Parker retiring, we're gonna need to fill this position. I thought what we do have, I don't want this information now, but we do have somebody in line that we can read from the current department that we would like to move up in that position and then just fill her position.
That answered a question I had earlier without, because I'm like, I wonder if they can wait 6 months or until she gets a degree or.
Well, we're hoping we can do that.
Or you could
Maybe
just post the job and not find any qualified applicants for 6 months.
we could, or maybe appoint her in the interim.
Right.
To fill that position until she gets the qualification.
I would say, I think I'm not speculating, I think the board is comfortable if you're comfortable with that question.
You know, we want to make sure that we're doing it consistent with the hiring requirements in the county, obviously, but we think that there'd be ways to make it so that we could take a very valuable employee and put them in that position. And I think she's on the track to get that credential that would make her, you know, a full-fledged person. It may be that we can appoint her as an interim. So again, if we needed to open it up, we could appoint it as an interim until the degree was in place and then open it up.
Whatever hoops you guys have to jump through.
Yeah.
This might be a question for Larry. Would there be a budget impact? By promoting her up, you're probably gonna raise a different pay.
Yeah, she'll certainly get a different pay.
And replacing her, you may start somebody at a lower step potentially.
Yes,
So
that's
you
correct.
anticipate it's potentially all within the budget?
Yeah, it's hard to know what the numbers are gonna be, but I think that, you know, Mr. Barker was doing this at a tremendous savings because he was just getting a stipend essentially to be in that position, given his long tenure with the department, so he could do that. That's not gonna work for this employee. She would need to be in that position. But it's not that the position would be something that would start at the level that, you know, you would consider. I mean, it'd be brand new chief probation officer.
But in effect, you'd be adding staff, right? Because there's a $1,000 stipend now, you'd be filling that to a full-time salary, backfilling her position. So you're adding an FTE to that department, are you not? Correct?
We're maybe returning an FTE to that department that we, you know, when we decided to share Mr. Barker with juvenile.
So the difference in the stipend and whatever that full.
May not fill it all.
Probably won't, yeah, it's definitely won't.
Probably won't.
Probably won't. I'll go with
Probably.
most likely. Which could result in a supplemental potentially.
I think it's important we just adopted the budget last week. We are pretty firm on, we've got to stay within the budget allocation for that department. And so I think we need to have some analysis based on what the plan is. You got to fill that position as far as there has to be somebody in there. But what that means as far as for the rest of the department, I don't know as far as what the structure of that would be. My suspicion is the current structure with doing that, there is not enough budget allocation to make that happen. I think at this point, that was not, let's just be honest with each other. It won't work the way it is without some change. And I think that has to be, I think the board's been pretty firm about that's, we're not just going to have a supplemental dollars. So we have to look at the rest of the structure of the department if necessary. So my suggestion would be to work with HR and come up with that so we actually know what the numbers we're talking about or what the structure would be to work within the dollars that are allocated to the department.
Yeah. And I don't know what those dollars are, but I can pretty much guarantee you they're not going to be within the parameters that allowed Larry Barker to be in that position for whatever that was. Right. It's great. They can save the county thousands and thousands of dollars. Of course, there's just no way we can do that. And I hope we're not going to be penalized because he decided to do it that way and save the county money. The county private placement. See us having to diminish our probation department because of that savings of the county residents.
Part of our problem with that is, again, along the lines of no good deed goes unpunished. Not we, but the program was to pay a stipend for Mr. Barker to do that job. Now that's ended. At the time we did that, we anticipated that. You all weren't here, you were. We said there's going to be, we need to know that when this goes back, there's one person that we know who can do both of these jobs, juvenile and adult probation. We're not anticipating that we're going to find another Larry Barker who can do that. We did that because he had that longevity in both departments, was able to step in and do that. You mentioned at the time, when this gets undone, we're going to have to go back to what we had. We're there. And we're also in a situation with regards to adult probation where we're asking them to do more. They're at a point where they're doing more for what we ask them to do for a couple of reasons. One, cash bail is being looked at very dimly statewide, nationally as well. When people are not in custody, we want to have them controlled for community safety purposes. We're asking then the probation officers to oversee those people. Two, we're on the precipice now of taking possession of narcotics from a felony to a misdemeanor. As that rolls out over the next few years, we're going to be asking those adult probation people to do even more. So we want to make sure that we're fully staffed to be able to do that. We understand what you're saying, but you have to understand from our perspective, we don't want to be in a situation where we're looking at this and saying, okay, well, we can't put that person on pretrial monitoring because we don't have the resources, so we're just going to let them fly out in the community without that supervision. It is a public safety issue, and we need to have that.
Or the other option is to set a bail that they normally can't make, and then they remain in jail, and then there's constant counting of it. Oh, keep them in jail too.
We have tools at our disposal now that we didn't have years ago, one of which is a 24/7 alcohol monitoring program that we have. That requires that the probation department be checking on that. Those people are then taking a cell phone device, breathing into it 5 or 6 times a day to making sure that they're not using alcohol, non-prescribed drugs, or marijuana. Very effective program for us. Allows people to not have their whole life upset because of their bad mistakes, but also keeps the community safe at the same time and saves us from housing people in the jail that we don't need to house there. Again, lots of reasons why we want to be fully staffed on this position. Not unlike every other person or every other department that comes before you says the same thing, but we feel pretty strongly that these are important positions that we need to have fully staffed.
Well, again, I will renew I would work with HR.
For sure.
There's, sometimes somebody's got to be the bad guy. There is a budget allocation that is in there right now. That is the allocation right now. It would take a change to change that allocation. So that is a proactive thing that has to happen. So
You take use of reserve funds to change that.
So what would you like from us?
well, first thing I think we need to understand, I mean, I think as far as for what I need, I can't speak for the board, is I want to see the current structure with what you're suggesting, what that looks like. Versus that hopefully they would also work with you with, here's the budget allocation you have, here's what you, and then what could you do with the allocation based on what you want to do? How far can you get there?
There's two options. Let's see what they both look like financially.
Well, and I think the good point is we don't really know, we're talking dollars and cents until we do the math, but I think it's probably a good bet that we're not going to have a surplus here. Maybe.
No, I think that's a reasonable assumption.
So
If there was, then we made a mistake.
then we wouldn't tell you, but you
come
for it. But in any event, we'll do that so we know where we're at.
I think that's the first step.
Yeah.
As far as.
You like me to work with both judges?
That'd be great.
Okay, yeah, sure, we'll do it. I know Casey's listening, so we'll get you some information and
All right.
start the dialogue.
Yeah, we'll just figure out what those numbers are. All right, but I think
Any other, that wants to speak?
Don't think that this is just you guys, everybody is.
No, we understand that 100%. Hopefully we'll remember, we have the muscle memory in our bones to be able to make a good case. If we don't, then, maybe we ought to be looking at our own job.
Well, we will be next year.
Well, we will be next year. That's right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, judges. Okay, absolutely.
We got the dream team is here. Ruby, you want to introduce, or however you want to do that?
We'll let Josh.
I would come forward if you want to come up, and I will remind, you may not have been in the room at the time, we are still dealing with some sound issues in this room, so I just ask you when you're talking to speak with a loud voice so folks online can hear you.
Awesome, yeah. Appreciate the time today, commissioners. I wanted to introduce, like you said, the dream team. We're finally fully staffed. Everybody knows Steve Gilmore. And so he's kind of the old timer with all of the turnover. We have Isaiah
That
Payne.
kind of says something.
He's old timer in a multiple too.
Yeah.
Isaiah Payne, he is our new municipal marketing manager over in Spokane on the eastern side of Washington. So he's taking over Matthew Peterson's role.
Right, Matthew briefed me on you, so that's.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, and then we
Most
have.
of it's probably not true.
And then we have Pinky Vargas, who is taking over Wendy Wicker's position from, what would you say, Everett up to the BC market. So obviously, all three of these folks are responsible for bringing us tons here at the Roosevelt landfill. So I just wanted to give them 2 or 3 minutes to introduce themselves, kind of background, and then I think we'll be quick.
Okay, great.
I'll go first. Yeah, Isaiah Payne. So I've been in Spokane area for just over 11 years, know the area pretty well. I got to know Matthew Peterson early on in that time. And most recently was with the Spokane Home Builders Association. So not just Spokane, but kind of 750 members, Northeast Washington, working on housing policy. And so got the opportunity now to join the great team that's here with Republic and cover a little bit larger territory, but excited to learn. It's been 2 weeks now, and so we're really excited to continue to learn and get to know you folks as well, and see what we can do to continue improving and taking care of our customers. So I'm excited to do that.
Great.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Pinky Vargas. I've worn 2 hats for the last couple of years. I spent about 15 years working for the utilities, Puget Sound Energy, Cascade Natural Gas, worked with a lot of major customers and a lot of energy efficiency. And I also have been a Bellingham City Council member for the last 8 years. And we have a budget of about $600 million. And last night was my very last city council meeting, so I won't be doing what you are doing anymore.
600, that's a big city.
Yeah.
I feel poor.
Big
Well,
budgets,
population,
big problems.
right? Yeah, population, yeah. But, so I'm really excited because I'm starting something new and get to be with Republic, and quite fascinated to come and see our landfill and work with your county and see what we can do here. So really appreciate, yeah. We call it trash talking. So
What's your favorite color?
Such pressure.
Could it be?
Way to represent.
Could it possibly
Nice to meet you. Thank you for your
Very
time.
nice to meet
both of you?
You guys have any questions? I mean, this was kind of a speaker.
So I'd just be curious. I know I had a chance to visit with Matthew when he was at the Wasatch convention. I did talk to Wendy, but I was not aware that she's moved on.
So Wendy and Matthew are still both with the company. Matthew moved to Texas and Wendy moved.
Not that it makes a difference, but
we like to see people progress and move on in their career, and we're happy they're still with us. But I've got confidence in these two that they'll.
Where did you say Wendy went?
She's in Seattle or Bellevue at our hauling division. So she was on the post collection side. Now she's on the hauling side with Republic up in Bellevue.
All right. Well, welcome. I look forward to building relationships with you. We have kind of at least I think, a unique relationship, public-private partnership in Klickitat, between Klickitat County and Republic Services, because it's actually in both of our interests that you do well. And so I think we have a little different role and relationship that is typical in a solid waste department in a county, especially with a host county. So so anyway, we always try to remember to stay in our lane when it comes, and I know we will build a relationship where you can tell us when we need to stay in our lane, as your predecessors did from time to time.
Usually it's me here.
Yeah. So it is a great partnership. It's a 25+ year partnership. It's really stood the test of time, and I think it has been a game changer for Klickitat County, and I would hope it's been a game changer for solid waste disposal in Washington State too, as well as from your side of the equation.
It's a great example.
Yeah, it really is, and it's I don't know that I would say it's unique. Although I don't think anybody does it quite the way we do it, and so it is a great example of when things you can do this in a way that's works for both parties, and it really is, from our perspective, it's serving the interests of our citizens. You're serving your customers, and those interests are actually aligned with each other. And so that's fairly unique. Especially in these days, we need examples of things that are working when it comes to institutions. If you had been here at 1 o'clock, you would see some examples of institutions that are stressed a little bit. I consider myself an institution. Anyway, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You really? We're gonna get out of here with that. Yeah. We're gonna get out of here with Steve not saying anything. Really? It's their show. I would run with that.
Yeah.
We had lunch before this.
Oh, so he's talking.
Oh, no, not
Not yet. Anything else?
No, just welcome.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any more tons is welcome.
We're trying.
Good. That's what we like to hear.
Oh, yeah.
Chairman.
Yes.
Obviously did. Schedule it.
Good stuff.
But I did talk to one of the gentlemen coming in for the next presentation, and they were gonna be here early.
Okay, so we'll see.
Not quite here.
No, that's what we got this stuff to It's fine. We got stuff, I have, oh, you still got stuff. No, I haven't done any.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, no, that's, I was just. Okay, no, I'm not intimidating, I just want, you get so
That was a
few.
little intimidating.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, that earlier I was.
You're good.
Just a spectator?
Just a spectator, that's good, nothing wrong with that.
I was a spectator for a couple of years.
Try to be responsive if we can.
Yes,
Somebody
yes,
said that
I
last
appreciate
spectator
it.
should be
I
like-
appreciate it.
Oh, I'm just bored.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but.
My son got a jury notice, summons, and I was, it's because it wasn't me. It still is.
Here, a notice he. That's been a while, well, actually, Judge Baker knew exactly when mine was the last,
That
which
was
was a little
scary.
scary.
Which is funny, because I've been a voter in this county for 20 years. And
And that's weird, it really is just random.
But it's not, because there's some people that get called all the time.
Right, there's something in the algorithm that is picky.
This person's responsible.
This person responded to the summons and sent it to her.
Well, last time I went, West District, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe it was 4 years ago. And they had been having trouble, nobody was answering the summons. And so to get enough people for a jury, they were sending out like quadruple the normal number. Well, I happened to be in a group of really civically minded people. So 80 people showed up for West District. So I think my jury number was like 74.
So did you have to wait the whole time?
No, they put us in another room. He gave us some donuts and then he said, what I'm gonna do is I have another jury, that was on Monday and I have another one on Wednesday. And so you 40 and up, go home, come back on Wednesday. You get the second half of the week and come back. So that's what we did, because we had no place to even put everybody, because everybody came. They said they were doing like 80 and they would only get like 15 people. So I don't know if they changed the,
The opportunity cost of 80 people showing up.
Yep. I got a donut.
Oh, as we're killing time, today was the child care summit on the other side. All of the counties and people over there, and pretty much the answers are the exact same as they were. Legislative fixes and funding. They're for the most part, 2-hour meeting, the exact same, nowhere to go. That and Southwest Washington workforce had a meeting, not a whole lot of difference there. It sounds like they're going to NACO and they invited everybody to go to NACO, but I don't know that that's something we care about. At least at this time.
Yeah, I was gonna ask folks, because we do need to
Last year,
sign up.
Last year we did it online because I
Right.
brought that to everybody's attention. And I'd say it was a bad deal, but it wasn't as productive as Wasatch was by any.
Oh, no, it was having the virtual didn't really work.
Right, and that's kind of where I was at. It's like, if you were there, you'd probably get a little more bang for your buck, but the buck's a lot bigger.
It is a lot bigger. Actually, what I was gonna do before I contemplated it was I wanted to know what's actually going, what is the format gonna be? Is it gonna be like normal? Or is it gonna be hybrid? Is it gonna be what? Because if it's not normal, I wouldn't even think about it. Because it's a fairly big expense and it's it's really only worth it if you get the full experience of it.
I can understand that.
That's in DC, it's always in DC. It's in DC, but it is,
With,
I mean, it is a really, it's a great opportunity to see how the legislative process works, the federal legislative process, because you'll spend about 2.5 days on the Hill, going from office to office in the Washington delegation, and you will typically meet with the member. It's on staff. Sometimes it's a staff, depending. So that is, and you do get a one-on-one or group one-on-one with that member, for your 15 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever it is.
right.
So it
First
is.
Development was saying they're planning on doing this year, which is the first time.
Who?
Southwest Washington.
Oh,
That's what started this conversation. Was it that meeting? But they were planning on doing it for the first time. Well, but I don't know if they thought it was supposed to be back to mostly normal, but I can't imagine. You're gonna get to go pop from office to office, right? So.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're not, it's not, I would be
It's one of
another
those,
year.
yeah, that's just it, you go, resort to hotel rooms and then they're locked out here in some meeting room, conference room somewhere watching this.
Right.
So it's probably best to hang out for a year. See it when it's back to normal again.
Yeah, I mean, if we had something we were asking legislature for directly, the value, I can see it being there right now. But yeah, not knowing. It'd be fun to go back and do, but.
So I said, it'd be a good learning experience, but if you can't get in the doors you want to get in and accomplish and see the people you want to see, then what are you going to do for it? So yeah, that was one. And then we had a Reds leadership meeting. Apparently that's working kind of okay. Grants because of the hospital's got to come to grants because of it. They're going to make a presentation for the KC award. Also want to do one for the council, but they might just have to go to the city council, come here and sit in the room and watch the display and then go home when they're done. And then stick around for the rest of the meeting. Run with a half-hour presentation of what it's done, what they've done so far for the training. February, what was saying that was going to happen. On fire, and that was right last.
I had a big meeting yesterday on the Hood River Bridge. We got the new numbers. That came
Went way down.
Oh, yeah. Way down.
Left over, we'll fund the
Everything.
We can match your
assisted living.
Side of the edge of the ridge.
Right now with a construction start in 2027 and a finish of the bridge construction in 2030 with the escalation costs occurring to inflation, we're looking at just pushing 500 million. So the direction I set after that was, well, that's a lot higher than we were expecting. The escalations.
What was your original estimate? That much higher.
50 to 4.
200 when it started,
Build that.
100 when it started.
So the big thing there though is now we need to look at, how much we can viably fund tolls. Come back and look at, well, do we have a chance in heck of getting this much in grants? If not, we have to scale back the bridge. If not, I mean, you know, when you're looking at 4% per year, and you're 8 years out, that's a lot of money. $20 million a year. Which kind of goes to that discussion this morning.
Stay at 4% per year, which
It very well may not.
I have thoughts that it is much higher than that.
Mr. Miller,
Good afternoon.
we're running ahead of schedule, so we'll be ready for you. Do you have more coming with you or?
He's in the restroom. He'll be right here. Thanks, Dave.
Smiling, know you're here. Oh, okay, because I talked to him.
Picking up a dollar for what?
From the dollar.
The dollar it is.
Oh, if you're only getting a dollar for what it is now?
For every dollar raises $20 million. Bonds $20 million.
Yeah, that is all.
Hey, Mylan.
Hello, hello.
We're running ahead of schedule, so if you two are ready.
Are we ready?
Are ready for us? If you want to.
Sure.
I mean, I heard you were born ready, but.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And I will remind you, as I have every other presenter, we're still having issues with our sound system here, and so it's difficult for people online to hear. And so when you're talking, if you can try to talk loudly.
Okay.
As best you can for folks online.
Some of us, Dave, are getting used to that, can't hear.
Oh, okay. I'll try to talk. I try to talk loud. So.
You're okay, thank you.
Good.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mylan Rowley. I live here in 1500 South Columbus.
My name's John Miller and I live in Golden.
Well, we're here again. I think you've seen on the notes that we're here to talk about the potential restroom down at the Stonehenge. And we got a couple of gains, or not capital gains, capital project, $126,000. Representative Una Mossberger put through. We're very pleased that she did that. And so we're just, we got enough money to do the project, and the Mara Hill Board or Executive Board has concerns because they say they don't have the funds to do the maintenance and cleanup. And I guess that's what we're here for today. I think, John, you had some other comments or suggestions on that.
Yeah, I've talked around. I've got a local rancher who is considering whether they could support that cleanup on a long-term basis. That's not very promising. It's just they've been thinking about it for 3 weeks. Not come to fruition yet. Another idea is you can have a camp post, be parked down there with his trailer and give him water and sewer, and he could spend his time keeping the location clean, put the flags up every day, simply as a trade-off for a nice place to camp. And
yeah, one of a kind parking spot with you.
so one of a kind.
I would have never thought of that.
So, there's all kinds of, on the internet, I can find all kinds of places that sponsor camp boats or they're open, where you can go if you want to find a place to go live with your camper. I think we can potentially match that up. But we still would have some cost. In other words, up to $2,000 a year for tissue paper and that kind of stuff. It'll be a cost. Talking to Colleen, she's adamant they don't really have the money, but she works for the executive board. So she comes to the executive board.
We have a meeting that's coming Friday, soon meeting with the executive board. And then, have you seen, I should have put this in the packet. Have you seen what we're talking
I
about?
haven't seen the pictures and stuff. All we had in here was just the numbers.
Yeah, right. Well, I should have done this beforehand. This is and also the location would be up there north of the west of the stone building. Right here's the stone building. There's World War II, and we would put it somewhere right there. The water line goes. Well, that's that would be close to the World War II, and then also be a good location. We did want it, but I think it's up to them. It's up to the very good board. But it can attack you to be out there, and there's no water.
Right. That sounds a lot more expensive.
Yeah. Right. And that's one more.
Your vision was to pay for maintenance of this building, you guys applied for it.
Well, we didn't, actually, we didn't think about the maintenance for it. We were just trying to get the funds to, the president, and we really didn't think that was gonna be a problem with the area. So, the reason, how we got started on the restaurant, reason there was gonna be we're gonna do the stone building. We're going to, it's gonna make a coffee shop and have all kinds of other goodies in there, maybe sell some wine, whatever. Well, they didn't pencil up. Before that, we were talking about that. I said, there needs to be a restaurant down there. We've got a coffee shop, we can invite people in, you need a restaurant somewhere on the premises. Well, when that didn't work out, and so then I said, well, you still need a restaurant because the attendance is really increasing. I think, John, you had the figures of how much more.
Yeah, Colleen told me they expect, they project about 100 people a day on an average throughout the 7 or 8 months of good weather. And then, of course, as you well know, there's always visitors all year round. But 7 or 8 months, we envision keeping the restroom facility operating. From November to April, lock it up.
And so we, of course, they're also, I believe, concerned about the insurance, liability insurance. I can understand that. If somebody can come in there and, sabotage the place. It would be time locked after whenever they want to put it. There come a time, but anyway, and it would be for, of course, in winter months, it'd be permanently closed. And so and there was even talk at one of our meetings that, not with the board, but just local people, veterans, that we put a camera on the stone building. But that's up to the Mary Hill board if they want to do that or not. But that way it's recorded. So if somebody wants to put graffiti on the building or whatever.
Has the Mary Hill board authorized any funds for this project, ongoing maintenance, that they want any part of it, or they're looking for somebody else to be?
They have to have ownership. They have to have ownership of the facility.
Right.
Because it's their property.
Well, do they have a yearly funding?
Well, we have not spoken to the board. So the executive board may not agree with what Colleen recommends. They may see our side of it. Because we think we have a good cause. And I appreciate Colleen trying to manage money. She's, it's a big place down there. And And Stonehenge itself is a big demander of the money. Because it needs rehab all the time. And it needs massive rehab right now. It was last done about 25 years ago. Concrete is starting to deteriorate, and pretty soon you got to put stop to that, or the world will come down.
How does the Stonehenge, how do they?
I don't hear very well.
How does the Stonehenge board get their funds? Is it all donations and grants, or do they actually have
They
a
get-
taxing authority?
The majority of their money comes from grants, from donations, people.
There isn't a taxing
You know,
piece to that as a part.
No, that's a nonprofit.
They're a 501c3.
I don't know what that it's like, as far as for folks that visit the museum, I'm assuming folks pay a admission fee there.
Yeah, it's a fee to
So
and
they
there's
keep
lots of-
it, you might not have to pay, but-
and there's
I've only
also-
been there for events that were not, recently. I've been there way back and we paid.
Plus, there's a membership fee, and so it's pretty significant. And their donor bank is phenomenal.
Yeah, I've been to their fundraiser. That's why, that was the last time I went, where I was like, yeah, I can't hang with these people. So,
I think, I don't quote me, but I think their operating, I think their operating bill is in about a $1 million operation.
Well, then John, they also get funding from the wind turbines.
They have 15 wind turbines, so that's a nice packet of monies that they didn't used to have.
I'm seeing from your, what you gave us, you're anticipating the kind of the ongoing daily maintenance. It's about 8,000, and then the servicing 1,000 to 2,000. So really about $10,000 a year is what you think is what it would cost to maintain that.
It's contracting it out to whoever wants.
Somebody who does that kind of stuff every day.
Well, they have one maintenance person who takes care of the guard, all the property, as well as all the maintenance. He said he just doesn't have time to put out the Stonehenge and do it for you. I've spoken also with Marriott Parks and asked, would you be interested in picking this up? And they said, they thought about it and said no. They also, they do the same thing down at their park. So I think ideally is somehow to get this $10,000, knowing we can plug it back in every year for 8 or 10 years. Might be what it takes to get this project going here.
Cost as much as the building.
Take up that.
So you're figuring in about 10 years, the cost of maintenance will cover about the same cost of the building.
Well, I say 10 years. I mean, that's a reasonable commitment. 35 years is not. I just said 10 years, maybe that's enough to sell the project.
So that stone building, was that built with grant dollars for the idea of both the cafe or?
Stonehenge?
No, the building that it's sitting right next to.
I have no clue. It was built a long time ago. That's back in the early 1900s.
Used for now.
It's not being used. At one time, 10 years ago, Gunkel would use it every summer for a gift shop.
Oh.
And then when the observatory was under construction, they operated down there.
Yeah. That was the last time I was in there. It was during when the observatory was shut down. They had stuff going on down there. And we met down there a few times.
Yeah, that's good what they did. And that's when we got the word from the park rangers. They're saying, hey, there's a lot of people coming down here to the Stonehenge, know. And so that's kind of where it started, to maybe we can potentially start something down there in that stone building. But anyway, yeah, it didn't pencil out. And then again, I was saying, we should have a restroom of some sort down there. A porta potty, to me, that looks awful tacky. That's my opinion. Something like that down
How much could you get a porta potty for?
there. I think, seemed like I heard it's $200 a month, and they, bishops would come and take care of it.
It's definitely a lot less. But it's also for, the Stonehenge now is a national, recognized national register. So the porta potty is kind of a tacky thing to be affiliated with, I think.
My personal opinion, I feel that the Mary Hill board should have had some sort of a restroom down there a long time ago. I mean, that's my opinion. You go down there, and there's one person who was on our committee said that he was down there volunteering and working, and a lady comes up, "Peggy, do you have a restroom? Do you have a restroom?" And who knows how many times that's happened.
Well, the issue is, I think I think there should be a permanent bathroom there. I think that is the issue is you need a permanent source of funding for the maintenance and operation of the bathroom. I mean, that's really the crux of it. The capital grant award is great as far as, but that is, the state is really good about coming up with it, but not kind of ongoing funding to support, then it's up to the community. But generally speaking, I would encourage the property owner would be the one, they should be providing that. It should be, this really is a responsibility, or I would argue it's the Mary Hill folks' responsibility first. Because I'm afraid if we can't identify some kind of permanent source of dollars for the maintenance. I don't like the, because you build the thing, if you build it and you only have funding for a year, you don't have a commitment for long term. What happens in year 2? And then now you're kind of stuck. And then you have if you close it and don't maintain it, then folks, it'll get vandalized and you wasted the capital investment on the building. So to me, if you can't really have some plan for the ongoing funding, then you shouldn't even build it. I mean, as far as you can say no to state funding, give the money back, or not, don't accept it. Yes, of course.
Mr. McClure, can you tell me off the top of your head what Mary Hill gets from our lodging tax monies?
Mary Hill received one award. It was a couple of years ago. It was for a project that where they did this big mural, covered the whole Columbia River corridor.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But they don't get.
A one-off.
Yeah, that was a one-off. Colleen sits on the advisory board for that, but there was just that one project.
Because that's the only place that I can think of funding and insuring $10,000 a year.
Well, I would
say,
suggest
that's a set dollar. So if you put, 10 grand there, you're taking 10 grand from the chamber, rob Peter to pay Paul. You're just picking winners and losers at that point. So.
Well, again, it's unfortunately that the Mary Hill board, they can't work it in their budget. My thought would be to at least help them offer to help them the first year or two. Then they get to do their budget a little better because, they probably do their budget maybe a year or two ahead of time or whatever. And at least they would have enough advance, that, okay, we got to come up with maybe 8,000 or 10,000, or like what John mentioned. Maybe there's somebody down at the park for a worker down there, whatever, that, or someone who's gonna be camping on the site, give them a few extra dollars and they would do it.
So you're thinking about having someone camp on the site?
Well, that's the Mary Hill ordinance.
That's one of the options that I can see. We have volunteer camps posts all over America. It's no different than that.
So I like that idea because that means now you're just buying toilet paper.
Cleaning supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to supply a few things.
So that ask becomes, $1,000, not $10,000. So yeah, I guess I'd say I like the idea of a restroom down there, but I think more flushed out on there, I guess.
Flushed out.
Washed. Because I like the camp on stuff, I really do. It seems like you get the best bang for your buck there. It's just the $10,000 with our budget. Unless it's coming out of those tourism dollars, 10,000 a year would cripple current recipients.
Well, please appreciate part of what we're doing is probably expecting that answer, but at least we can say we have been here and we tried.
So I guess you don't want to look at a porta potty, but then on the other hand, you're thinking about having somebody with a camp trailer there on the site. So if you look at the difference between that, I've seen what some people have done, like with porta potties behind fences, that it doesn't look bad at all. When you're looking at the cost over 10 years for a porta potty, you're only looking at $24,000 for the entire 10 years, and they take care of everything, hands on. Versus, when I'm running the math at, $8,000 a year plus twos of $10,000 a year for 10 years, not including the capital costs, you're looking at $8,000 plus. When you only have 100 people a day, which is the big question I always had when you guys were talking about setting some sort of standard or, something up down there, you only have 100 visitors a day. When you start running those numbers, that's really expensive per person who may use the restroom. So.
Thank you.
Is there a possibility the stone building that's there, it must have a bathroom in it? Is there a way to somehow use that facility in a way, incorporate that somehow?
The septic will not happen.
And what would happen with this? Oh, this is a pit.
This is a tank.
Tank. They come and service it.
Right.
Okay.
Could you fix the septic on that building?
Probably not. Talking to Dan Gunkel, who probably knows more about the terrain down there, and he said more rocks and moving more dirt. He says doesn't look possible to expand that. It's very, very small. And you don't have a drain field capability from there.
Not a lot of dirt.
And it's all rock, yeah.
It's all rock.
Right, but if you could use your $100,000 to build, like what everybody else who builds on rock has to use, pressure distributed slow sand system down there on the side of the hill, that might get you where you need to be.
The commissioner's interested in that.
Well, it's still, even if you do that, you still don't have.
Still got the
operating
maintenance.
expenses.
It's the problem is the operating
expenses. What's killing it.
Right.
How much toilets get flushed?
I think our suggestion is go have your discussion with the Mary Hill board.
If they need a smaller number for a 1 year or maybe 2 year kind of a thing that we can go through for the discussion, 10,000 long term.
Well, we had to bring that up to you. And that's what they were kind of hinting to us, requesting. Yeah, and so, and then that stone building, if you make it a permanent, if you could make it a permanent, of course, it's a maintenance, still kind of maintenance. Once you make it a restroom out of it, then that's what it is. Someday, somebody may potentially want to make it.
You have the money for a bathroom, that is the problem. You need the
It's the
maintenance.
maintenance.
Yeah, right.
Bathroom and the maintenance, then you might have a tourist attraction that sells gifts and goodies and whatnot out of this building.
And can provide the bathroom.
Yeah, rent the
To
bathroom.
get the folks to come in and
Bathroom keeper.
Spend money.
Yeah.
Bathroom keeper and all, yeah. There's times I pay it on.
Heck, yeah.
Okay, but anyway, appreciate your time and everything. I don't know how much time we had, so.
Okay,
Very good.
well,
Keep us informed.
yeah, keep us informed.
Okay, we'll probably come back, the next year, or something like that.
Okay.
Come back with half of
Yeah,
Okay, well, you know, let's
Okay.
remind them, we generally like to partner with people.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
See, we have Water Conservancy Board is here. Welcome, and I'll remind you if you had not heard that, we do have sound issues, so if you'll try to talk loud. No, hey, we're getting some.
I'm missing our column.
Yeah, oh,
We're down to 90 people an hour, so.
yeah, if you want.
I'm too excited. We're there.
So you're not here to say you don't need the $10,000.
We are here to say we don't need it
Oh.
for next year. Next year.
Yeah, right, next year.
We just need it put in the budget.
I'm sure glad you guys went after.
Yeah.
What we need to do is put it to work together.
Yeah.
Run some water.
Yeah, water, we're conserving water, that's right.
I think you met Craig Stevens.
Yes.
Chairman of our water conservancy board. We try to be real respectful with the taxpayers' money that you guys give to us every year. Try not to waste it. But anyway, as you can see, you got a copy of this. Conservancy board's maintained all our activities. Statutes of Washington State. We've, everybody's been taking training. I think we might have one or two that need a few more hours to come to. At least that's the last time, just a few hours.
It's been training's been a challenge. The college has historically provided training. With the COVID last couple of years, it's been a little more strong.
I had to remind our contact at Ecology that in my construction type person way, that it's their responsibility to provide this training every year. They seem to act like we should be out searching for training. And it's their responsibility to have at least the basic training. Hopefully they'll keep up on, they just have new member training and they wouldn't let any old member attend that. Got through them. Dave continues to be our brains of the outfit. He's a staff, he's an alternate, he's the treasurer. I'm sure we got a box of hats, but we can find a few more. Keeping us pointed in the right direction. And with the help of the money that you guys provide, we're able to keep the application fee down to $500. So that any Joe can come in and file an application. Do a little jumping on the ecology, the line of ecology. We've still got a pile of water right change applications sitting on the table. We got one out of the way and what was it, 5 brothers, 5 horses? Was that in 2020 or 21?
that was a negotiated one with Mount Adams. Yeah, right. Well, they withdrew theirs. And most of those, the others are waiting on. These other ones are.
What is the typical timeline? Like if somebody, you know, I mean, I know every one of them is unique as far as, because every water right is. But as a, you know, typically if somebody.
I would be thinking in a range of 6 months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no COVID, no any of that, just in normal times.
Yeah.
Wow, that's like light speed.
I worked on the Lyle application, Tom McDonald, who was from the power plant, Russ Path. And I tried to push that as hard as I could. Started in December. It was, a year and several months. And I was pushing it hard. So.
Only had one on there from 2005 for close to 15 years.
Say, how many do you do a year on average? Ballpark.
The price of water.
So it depends on the number of applicants. Pre-COVID, you know, it was a couple, 3. Would be a fairly busy year for the board. In 2019, Ecology changed threatened to change the application form, and the way they were changing it, they don't have many water conservancy boards on the west side, so this came out of Olympia, and the idea was, well, we'll front load the work so that they've got to go out and have a hydrogeologist doing all this investigation, and it put all the costs on the applicant up front. And what we found was the month that was supposed to become, that new application form was supposed to become effective, we got 9 applications. Everyone was trying to beat it. So and then COVID hit, and couldn't go out in the field. Ecology was not in their office. Operating remotely. So things are slowed down.
One other question I have is it said budget about 10,800. Is that what you budgeted in 2022? Remember, you have a cut there of
That
3%.
that is not in my budget.
It's in our budget, it's not departmental.
Did you make a 3% on
I
that?
don't think we did. I think we left it at 10.
Okay.
They don't
Say
always
with the
ask for it.
non-departmental as a whole, and with the program going.
It used to be 12,000, and then was it 08 or something? Everybody tried to take it, 09, everybody tried to take a 10% cut. That's how we ended up at 10.8.
What is that money usually spent on training
Training,
and travel?
travel, and then me. I'm on a contractor to the park.
A percentage, I know. He's got his fingers in lots of.
It's lots of money.
Yeah.
And worth every penny of it.
Yes.
It'd be ugly if they didn't. Keep that in mind as the years go by. People are gonna retire.
No, not everyone.
No, not Dave.
Next question, with your members on the Are you getting new blood? Are you able to replace people that no longer want to serve? I'm assuming that's a very tight knit.
It's challenging. It's quite a commitment. While they don't process a lot of water right changes, it's pretty intense. You need people that are dependable and show up. We need that.
Yeah, it's kind of like you either have to do it or so-and-so's going to do it.
I think
You have 3 people.
we have one over.
on there. Yeah. It's
Oh,
pretty good.
yeah.
Right.
Perfect. You answered the person that was going to do it.
We've got one opening. Scott Andrews, he wants to retire. I would like to retire, but neither one of us are just going to dump on the board. But yeah, we need to be looking out. New blood. Jake. Next one. Public education. We try to reach out to as many people as we can, but it's tough getting the word out to people. Either they know about us or they don't. Hasn't changed all the years. Board submits reports to the state auditor's office and the board has not received the negative report from the auditor. The board completed the tasks that are listed here. For itself last year. As we could. Draft and publish notice of draft correspondence report. Ensure compliance with public disclosure act. Continue to obtain knowledge on state water law. This water right. First year of on activity plan. Continue with perform site visits. Travel is necessary. Process estimations. Continue to provide full oversight. Our statewide or state virtually as may be appropriate for all competence education. Review of legislation. Continue to implement public education outreach. And then the budget request, we spoke about that. We're going to use it for 2021, but request be budgeted in 22, 10A, and let's see where we're at.
You recall what you, how much of the 10A of this year you used?
We did not claim any of it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it's important to remember that it's just because it's budgeted. You guys have, I know multiple times have used
Right,
that.
right.
And I think
Where they
I
reach
asked that question during the budget. I'm like, if this is still here, why is the number the same? And you taking answers. And I think that was one of the questions.
Try to be easy on the money. When we have to do the new member training, that's what gets expensive because they've got 3 or 4 days in a hotel, food and travel, wherever that may be. And it's normally a couple thousand to get us through that training. Any other questions?
Questions?
Perfect.
Good. Go forth and keep doing good work.
Get that under it.
Yeah.
Start spending that money by using.
Pardon?
Start spending that money by getting some applications out the door.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I see the clerk is here. Are we ready to continue our discussion?
I sure am. So I heard Rebecca on the phone a little bit earlier. She talked about the RCW. I printed that off for you. It does not include the year that it was enacted, but
It's in force now, so that's.
yeah,
that's all.
it is. So you'll have that. And so I've done a little bit more research for you from some of the questions that you asked me. The system, on-base system does do the word recognition. So that is a piece of it that is there. And just to give you some history, because I didn't realize that I didn't realize we were looking at other systems. So on base, what I talked about earlier today, Glenn and Sandra had gotten a contract with OnBase with 25 licenses. And I don't know exactly the status of all those licenses, if they're all like user based, so people who would be scanning documents, or whether they're view only licenses. So I think there's some of both. And it took till October of 2018 for us to get implemented into OnBase, because it was brand new when they looked at it back in 2012. So we didn't get implemented to OnBase. And prior to that, we were using a system called LibertyNet, which was from the same company as OnBase. It was, the newer version of the document management system. And so I think that when the contract was done, and I have not been able to put my hands on that contract, and I've tried to get it.
Wouldn't it be great if we had some kind of searchable?
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Because I actually did reach out to Jen about this probably 6 months ago, and she found one document, but I think I need a document that was further back, so I haven't found that yet. I know, kind of funny, right?
Like, yeah, that is a good thing, I know. Oh, I can't
If you
find
have
it.
it here, the
Right.
contract was executed, if it
I'm
came
sorry.
forward, I could probably find the number for you and the date.
I think it was 2012.
Okay, I'll look.
Okay. So another thing that was brought up this morning to clarify. So we have a system that the state provides for us called Odyssey. Odyssey manages our cases for Superior Court. So all the cases that get filed with us run through Odyssey. That is a system that is supposed to be implemented at the district and municipal court levels by the state, but there's been some hiccups with that. It's not going very smooth so far. The system is working fine for us, but they've had some other issues that they're dealing with. And the juvenile department doesn't have a case management system. And that is what the program that Larry built was, the program to help them manage their cases. They utilize OnBase for their documents because they have access to OnBase from the documents that we file in our office.
So are they some of the 25 user license?
Yes. Yes. Mhm. Them, the prosecutor, the jail has some. Yeah, I think those are and Superior Court has them. And so does adult probation has it as well. So, so back to you, Jacob, on the ability for us to go paperless. So I was speaking, so CalReader is the judge's edition piece of OnBase. And so the reason that you need to have some kind of software, because judges, when they review the files before court, they put sticky notes on documents that they want to, we get files are thick. And so they utilize sticky notes so that they can flip to the documents where the information is that they need. And those judge edition type documents or software allows them to be able to put sticky note type things in there. And it also gives them, so we create our calendars for the judge. It includes the cases. So with CalReader, it would grab all the documents that are in that file. They would click on the case number and be able to see all the documents that are on file in that case for them to review, and then be able to put whatever sticky notes they need. So if the county was to go to the OnBase administrator to help us with some of our document management needs. And if she was allowed to come on now, and my cost is around $12,000. So if we were to use the American relief money, that money, I would go further if we got Nardos as a consultant. She would be able to get me set up with my e-filing. The financial piece of the e-filing that we talked about that I would have to utilize something different is the system that we're already using called Point and Pay, which is the system that Greg established for the county a few years ago. So that's where the financial piece would go through. So it's not, and we would already have a system in place to do that. She can also set up, so she would set up my e-filing. And so that piece would all be taken care of. She could establish the Cal reader, I believe, at little to no cost to the county for the judges to be able to utilize. She would also be able to get my documents, help IT get my documents to the state archives. I don't believe it's a disaster recovery place to house your documents, but it would at least allow our documents to be somewhere should there be, a fire in the courthouse and the server gets lost. So those are our three jobs that I could get help with as soon as, if we were to go the route of hiring the on-base. Have I made it clear? Sometimes I confuse things, so if you have questions, please ask.
So are you no longer saying that you need the image of?
Well, I think for the county, it's in the best interest of us to go the other way. I'm just trying to figure out the best plan moving forward for the county as a whole.
So I think our initial ask was for ImageSoft until she realized we were
Looking
already
at other-
thinking about expanding on
Well,
base.
And that conversation actually started a while ago. After I visited with you guys, I talked to Rob, and he said, well, I think that the health department is looking for a system. Talk to Aaron. So I did have a conversation with Aaron. I had a conversation with Rob and said, Randy told me before she left post that she wishes that she would have taken a bigger interest in the document management system when I brought the people in. It was in April 2017 to present what they had available. She said, because we really do need that. So
Now you have at least one commissioner that also agrees.
In your estimate, granted, it's not your department, but so if they're already using it, would this system, as far as the juvenile, because we're gonna have to retire their legacy Larry system with Larry's retirement, they're gonna have to do something. So on-base is capable of, no,
all it is documents. What they need is a system to manage their cases.
they can't use Odyssey.
They,
It's only for the courts.
well, I think there was supposed to be a juvenile module built into OnBase or to Odyssey. I'm sorry, I hate it that they both start with that L because I confuse them all the time. So it was supposed to be established by the administrative office of the courts. And apparently that's gotten shoved out there.
That's been out 2 years.
Yeah, so,
What bothers me that I'm gonna have to, if they're gonna have to have some kind of case management stuff in the interim, and we're gonna go invest money getting them something that they're gonna retire potentially in a couple of years when the new.
well, I just,
Explain that they don't want to
maybe,
retire.
maybe the idea of looking at another county and maybe another county has a system that they have a consultant that maybe we could bring down and establish something. You know, I think using your resources, you know, within is the best thing to do.
Why, and it might be a question for Larry. Larry built this, why can Larry not train someone to continue to use the case program? Is it, you know, a Microsoft product that he
I've never
built?
seen it.
You've never seen it, so we've got some questions there. Especially what would have happened if Larry would have been not around suddenly. Don't like to hear the sound of it as it is currently. I agree, the best thing to do is ask what other counties do and figure out what we can do between our clerk's office and our judges towards that paperless.
Between the clerks and
And the judges to move towards that, including, you know, both juvenile as well as, you know, adult probation. And I don't know if the sheriff will.
I think the prosecuting attorney has their own system to manage their cases.
Server
And
and a black
maybe,
box.
maybe there are modules within other software that is being utilized already locally that, I mean, if you don't know, I mean, you
Yeah,
don't
we
know to
don't
ask,
know.
you don't know to ask the questions.
I don't know, but I can tell you by looking at OnBase from Highland's website, I definitely don't get any answers and I don't get any.
Well, I had to do a chat back and forth with them. And so she sent me an email when I asked about the word recognition, and she sent me a Highland platform capabilities and feature. I can forward that email to you guys. You guys can take a look at that. Would that help?
Yeah, I think we need Mr. Rob and backbreaking research. None of that is necessarily going to be dialed into juvenile.
And I don't want us to necessarily get sidetracked on the juvenile thing, because that's not your, that's, I was just hoping your thing solved lots of problems for
Well,
you.
it might solve a couple.
It might solve a couple of things.
It's online.
Yeah. Okay, other questions, or would we want to?
Oh, I think this is another one that IT needs to.
Oh,
As I said, that's why I want Rob in IT to not only look at one point, that's what's
On base.
On base.
On base.
on base, but what else is out there? Are we going with the best available product, or are we going with one that sent a spam email 3 years ago that somebody said, oh, okay, we'll hire you if there's better ones out there? I would really like to know, because I looked at it before, and it's like Jake said, there wasn't a whole lot on the website move somewhere. So you charge Joe.
So that is currently what you're
Yeah, we use it, have been.
using. So you're the system expert as far as what, how, what is,
No,
no,
no.
not
Well,
the
that's why
system.
she wants to hire.
No, but I'm
Yeah.
saying as far as you're one of the consumers now.
Yes.
but As far as, so you have direct experience with working with how it works.
Mhm.
You see, I guess I would say, just to be frank, one thing that scares me in its userability, or how good its usability is do you need a consultant to be able to operate the thing?
You have
And
to,
if each department is gonna need to hire a consultant to figure out how to use the thing.
that's what one administrator would do. She is a certified on-base technician, and it is a complicated system that takes, and that's, so ImageSoft is our buffer. And Nardos would be, ImageSoft is the company who gives us our current,
It must be a
I
really
can't-
special chair. He's rolling it over from. Sorry.
You should all stand in the.
I know, look at it.
And,
Looks like a nice chair.
and so, so Nardos would then be the one who could, assist us with these projects without going out and getting charged professional services from ImageSoft, because I haven't reached out about getting my documents to archives, but one of the other clerks was told, no, we can't do that because we are gonna have to charge you for the background stuff that ImageSoft needs to do to get it there. So the consultant or the administrator would be that layer to prevent some of those extra professional services that the county would have to pay should we need extra help to facilitate projects. Does that help?
You currently are using
ImageSoft and OnBase is the product. ImageSoft is my company that I purchased that does all of the IT work. Yeah, the support work. I just am not thinking of the words.
So ImageSoft supports your on-base.
Yes, product. Yes. And when you have projects you need to do, then you go out for a statement of work to figure out how much that's going to cost. And just like when I needed to have an update to my on-base software, then I had to pay an extra $4,000.
I think that's what Jeff was referring to. If we utilize it, we'd have development charges. We're gonna have to have somebody help us expand the use of that to the individual departments, whether it be that ImageSoft or somebody else. You need that expertise to help you do that.
Okay, I think I understand that piece. Now go back to the other person. Leonardo or Nardo, who is that, a person?
It's a person, a female person.
So, okay. So what is their purpose in the scheme of things? So I have, the product is on point. ImageSoft is the service or the support.
Provider.
What does this person, what's this other Nardos?
She would be the person who would be able to build our server to accommodate the projects that we're trying to do, such as for me to get my documents to archives, for me to set up the e-filing system. She would be able to do the work that it takes.
And that's different than ImageSoft, the services that ImageSoft provides as far as.
Oh, no, I could pay ImageSoft to do it.
Oh,
But
like this.
she would be able to do it as our in-house administrator.
I think I understand. Back since we started this so long ago, what was the dollar ask? Call?
Well, the last quote that I had was 11,000. When all the counties were in there, it was 11,300, I believe. But I don't know if all the counties are still in. Yeah, 11,300. That's why I said 12,000, just because I'm not sure.
So when you say Nardos, she would be our in-house, but we would be sharing her with some other counties.
Yes. She's actually going to become an employee of Monterey County. She lives in Wenatchee.
How many other counties are there?
On my
Like
list.
10 was there?
There is 7, I have 8. I don't know if they all were, if they're all still in.
So do you know, would she have other beyond the 8?
No, she would be strictly an employee.
A Ponderay and then Sue through interlocal or something that we would share with them.
And she would be the administrator for all this. For those accounts.
Well, we know she would be for your part of on base, but if we're trying to do this as a county-wide, would she be
I've
for?
already
We'd have to
talked
pay
her.
more.
I've already talked to her. She said yes.
Oh, well.
That is part of it.
Option.
It's be cautious. And if I'm recalling correctly, and I don't know if Jen's on, but we did. Your initial ask was the use of the department dollars.
Yes.
I believe this is eligible. I think it's an eligible use of the dollars for the. There is currently in the first group, there is, I think, I don't know if Jen's.
No, she's definitely, she's there.
Yeah, that there's a unallocated balance between the lost revenue that calculation difference of whatever, $56,000.
That's the figure she quoted.
Right, I think is unallocated.
I think we applied some of that towards
Something in health.
Joyce that does the work, and the consultant that we hired for public health department, I think 40-some thousand of that was.
Oh, that's right.
Applied to that 56.
That's right. Although if I'm recalling correctly, we allocated, no, you're right. We moved 2 million of lost revenue, but that lost revenue number was slightly more than 2 million. It was 2.1. Right, so there's some other dollars still unallocated.
So if that doesn't happen, then my backup plan for my, is to go the other route, which is filing. My recommendation to you guys, because I think the better use of your dollars, is to go with on base.
That's 12,000. 12,000 was.
That's what it's approximately that, yes.
Right, depending on how many other counties, if half the other counties have
Backed out, then it's gonna be more.
Well, I think Ponderay County is picking up. And my figures are gonna change.
All of these other counties use on.
Yes. And
And is there a way we can talk to one of those to see what all they're using on base for? Are they mixing and matching it? Are their juvenile department included in it? Are they able to move files between all these different processes, workflows? What does that look like? Is
Well,
that
that's
something
another
you
hoping we can get Rob and IT to check with those other counties and see how the less guidance on how we should.
What they're using on base for. Or the different
services.
well,
We can do that. I think it may be separate from what the clerk's trying to do.
Right.
Jeff
Just
has,
didn't want her to.
Jeff has worked with Nardos, I think her name is, and she's very good.
I will say for me, I'm willing to invest up to $12,000 to help the clerk with her issue. We can, if there's more things that we can use for understanding that there would be, I'm assuming there would be additional cost to. If Nardos, if we're asking this person to be doing all this other stuff, I can't see that she's gonna do it for $12,000. That quote is to support you, it's to do what your project and projects that are associated.
Saying no.
Okay, that would be great.
This is
if
the
that's
second time she said no
Okay.
to that answer.
so my cost that I was quoted is based on the licenses. So if we have to purchase more licenses, then yes.
Right.
It would be more cost.
Okay.
That would be, when that would factor.
So I'm willing.
Try it. Get a thumbs up.
So I,
Is it a one-year contract? So that's what I'm trying to understand.
that's the other piece that I was gonna ask before I came over here, and I did it to find out how long the contract was.
I assumed it was a 1 year.
I kind of need to know that before
I
I
know.
sign up.
I know, but I had other things that it was,
35-year contract.
it fell out when somebody asked me a question. and
Is there
I
like
didn't get back
bathroom
to that
maintenance included in this?
So the second year, there may not be ARPA funds available.
Right.
You are
that's
getting
the-
another payment that's been set aside for fiscal software. And I don't know how long it'll take Jeff, to contact these other counties and contact On Base and, get the information that we need to bring back to you. Suspect it's going to be in January because of the holidays. So.
I know Monterey needs to know what they're moving forward with and where this is sitting. And I want you to be able to go out and say, we're definitely interested. We're definitely looking at doing this. Some of the commissioners have additional questions of what we're actually going to get out of Nardos, what that contract's going to look like, how many hours that is a year, what that truly entails, because apparently we've got an issue between multiple departments in our software systems. And we want to move in a linear, logical way to ensure that we have the best available software that will do the job for you.
I have one clarification question. The original start to this was so that you could do electronic filing. You're going to be charging people to do electronic filing.
I am
And this is going to
still
help.
going to do that.
This is still going to help you get there, and you're going to be able to make $5 grand a year, $7 grand a year, whatever you said that number was. So yes, I think there's going to be some kind of ongoing expense, but there's going to be at least some offset to that.
Correct. Thanks for bringing that up, because I did have that.
Fine.
So
I'm
you
gonna
need
get
to
the
have,
kids to just snap my fingers. I
so
think it's fine.
Jacob, you need to have the contract, how long the contract is for, right?
Yeah.
And then you want to know how many hours she's assigned, that she would be assigned
What's
to
that $11,000
our,
gonna get us?
okay,
And then, like anything, if I was to go out and ask for an RFP on scope of work, and you know what you think you need in your department, and then how that's gonna interface with Greg's software that actually they're gonna pay through, right? They're gonna pay an extra 3% using Greg's software, is what you said earlier, in order to pay the fee to file the documents with you, right?
oh, okay.
The e-filing, fee. You're gonna charge, how are you gonna get the fee?
2-point pay, is that what you mean?
Okay,
Oh, so it's not
does
as-
Point Pay have to integrate with your law?
No,
I didn't think so.
no. Is that what you're asking? Because I really.
That was part of what
That's
he
what I'm
just said.
trying to understand so it's one thing to accept the documents, another thing to accept the dollars.
And we do that all the time, currently.
Using point.
Yes, yes, we do certified documents, email them out to people. If we have to mail documents, we add another $1 or $2 depending on the thickness. And they use the point and pay system to pay us. We have a spreadsheet set up so that we can keep track of who has called us, asked for what, and whether the job has been done. Is that what you mean?
Moving too fast.
That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
understand, is the process workflow and then making sure that it all connects together.
It will,
And it's all on.
it is.
That's the important. Yep, those are my main questions.
Okay. Okay, so the contract years and the hours that we're gonna
Because it
get.
will make a difference as far as
Okay.
like we have
I will-
eligible dollars for 1
Okay.
year of funding, but in out year, if the contract's for longer, if we have to
Right.
commit to longer, we need to know that. because
Right,
then
I
we
agree.
have to pay.
Totally. Totally
Maybe we can
understand that.
we can ask Nardos if she's able to assist us in expanding this across our county. What's her capacity and what would the cost be? This is additional information. She may say, look, 8 counties, so I've only got so much time, or I'll do it on the side. We can ask her her capacity.
Or I'm only doing the
Yeah.
clerk thing and that's
Right.
it. I know. I know.
She said twice.
I know, this is 3 times.
Very
but
helpful.
I don't see Miss Nardos here, so.
Oh,
yeah.
Sure. Okay, all
Okay.
right, thank you guys for your
All right.
time, I'll get that out to you as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you. Let's, somewhat, the treasurer's here, but he can work from anywhere. Let's go ahead and do our add-on, the new business. We have is that a solution?
No, but
Just noted
these
for
are
the
normally done
record.
on the consent agenda, and all it is a memo scheduling these appointments.
Right.
And to be able to get these done before the end of the year, because at the end of the year, a lot of the financial system is frozen.
Right.
So they're not able to
Right,
take care of
process.
what they need to finish this process. And so the schedule was fairly light, and they asked permission to go ahead and do this many. Normally, your public meetings as these, because they're already gone through all the research and the vetting.
Yep.
Normally, they only take 5 minutes.
Right. No, I mean, I have no issue with adding, because it is a problem. We try to be responsive, that it is an issue during that time period between January 1st and about the end of February, at least mid-February, where the system's locked up because I can't go pay my taxes. And you have to, everything's got to be cleared before you can do these. And so if we can get them done ahead of time while everything's so current, then if it means we have 7 or 8 short plats in a single meeting, that's okay.
Yep.
So what action do you need from us to?
Just make a motion to approve these meetings as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion to approve the scheduling of the public meetings to be held on December 21st, 2021 at 1:30. And rescheduling the public meeting from December 21st to December 28th at 1:30. As follows: short plat SPL 2020-22, Whitewater Holdings, ELA 2021-13, and short plat SPL 2021-26. Jason Throop and Roger and Krishna Kuhnhausen. The boundary line adjustment PLA 2021-16, applicants Dan Patrice Lester and Alice Peterson. Short plat SPL 2021-04, Thomas Ireland. Short plat 2021-29, Mark and Heather Joe. Boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-14, applicants Mark Steele. And rescheduling a public meeting to consider approval of the shoreline substantial development permit and shoreline CUP SH 2021-02, the Buck Creek Bridge, applicant John Hayes, Tuesday, December 21st to December 28th.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to schedule those public meetings for the 21st and then move the one from the 21st to the 28th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, Treasurer Gallagher. Any question?
Actually, I forgot.
Well, I know we had that one, but we had something. Excise tax. Oh, you were listening.
I was paid.
Oh, okay.
He just didn't want
He
to.
wasn't.
I was
He
actually
maybe not happy
totally
to
doing
answer.
something else, so I
Okay.
was listening, and so instead of trying to be up.
Okay.
I've done some work on it. Okay, hello. First, I'll get to the excise tax thing in a minute. But I'll go through the finance committee update from 12/10. We had a couple of things we talked about that were new. Kind of we spent quite a bit of time discussing two new kind of sales tax, I guess, in general.
there was a proposal from Commissioner Anderson regarding an airplane tax that Jen had brought in. So we talked about that and trying to kind of understand it. We talked about renewable energy tax in regards to A, how much we're reserving, and B, there are some potential changes to the legislation for the renewable energy tax. So I'll kind of start with the first one. It looks like, I guess, maybe this is more of a point of discussion. We were trying to understand, was this a legislation on the airplane piece that is being through somebody proposing this, do you know, or how is the airplane?
So what happened is in the budget bill from the state, the State Department of Revenue tried to do an end around, in essence, cutting us out of the airplane sales tax that we get. And
So the language in there is in the budget.
in Island County came over the top and said, no, you can't do this. And I never even thought about that.
Of a vessel.
But they get it, the Island County is the first stop, which is a lot cheaper than King County or wherever you're gonna dock. And so they've been getting all the big yachts.
Yeah.
They show up.
I gathered the vessel part because they lumped the airplanes and the vessels together. So I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, so, and I never
I
didn't
didn't
know
either.
that we had allies out
Yeah.
Well, yay, at least one ally.
there. Yeah. And so-
37 to go.
Yeah.
So into the last moment, it got vetoed out. Someone from Island County, the governor vetoed that stuff out of there. But now there is so it went from that side to now the policy side, as I understand it, is that they're trying to do rulemaking to create something that's called transient. So in essence, you're just stopping your transiently.
Right.
And so the state question I had for Jen was, we need to look into this. We need to talk to Island County. We need to figure out how to be a part of this discussion.
Right. And sales tax pieces are, we would get involved as the treasurer's office. So sales tax, if you guys have sales tax questions, you're more than welcome to shoot me an email or whichever, because we'd be doing that. So Jen, out of the meeting, at the finance committee meeting, we are going to do some work on trying to dive into what pieces would be in there and what we have. We weren't really sure where this was coming from as to which angle. So when you say that the budget bill, do you happen to know what piece of legislation that was in there that it got?
No, I don't have that. But I mean, that part's over and done.
Yeah, I was just curious to see what happened.
It's set up.
Yeah,
It
what-
will come back.
But now it's gonna go through
Now they're
deal.
trying to go through the rulemaking process.
But on the rulemaking, does that happen through the Department of Revenue or does that happen through the Senate and the House?
Rulemaking, it means the Department of Revenue.
Yeah, that's right. So this is a DOR.
Agency,
Legislation.
right.
The other
So
side.
they would do it by agency.
Yep, so they're gonna, yeah, okay.
Cut the
So
legislature.
we kind of talked about that whole piece and trying to kind of figure that out. I think to date, I think we've only had one or two, and again, I'm going kind of by memory. I want to say it's only been one or two recently, none of which have been huge airplanes in 2021, which is probably not a shocker because it's not quite the same as other years that we've had at other times. So, but anyway, we are working on trying to kind of work through this and figure that out. So we had enough discussion to kind of also just kind of, I think the same, like, oh, there's other people out there that have the other situation. We also kind of speculated and we wondered if there was some issues from other counties that maybe used to be getting the airplanes that we're then having, but that's good to know where that's kind of coming from. So we talked about that. So we will continue to work on that, but we put that on other agendas as we move forward, keep that as whole business. We then talked about renewable energy projects. There was a question that was raised to Jen, which should have been raised to me, about how much what we're not deferring, that's probably not the right term, but how much we're setting aside potentially for the renewable energy projects. And essentially by resolution, that's we found that in Fund 147, but 147 got moved into Fund 626. That's where the dollars are going to, because the state auditor wanted us not to have it in our 100 funds. It needed to be an agency fund. And in there, it says it's 75%. And we kind of had a further discussion about, that basically these dollars and these projects that we're having, whether they're solar or wind or kind of where things are headed. And in doing the sales tax piece, I had a bit of a discussion because the person who does sales tax also deals with some of these refunds on the renewable side. She had stated that it's 50, or we clarified, I guess, 50, 75, or 100 it could be, and it goes for 4 years plus the current, so that's a 5 years, however you want to call it. And they don't have to, the part that we confirmed is they don't have to specify up front whether they're the 100% or the 75, they can do that at year 4 and then go back and recoup, as long as they pass the audit of the Department of Revenue. So it's not like we know today that
This is
solar
a
farm
75%
is a 75%.
potential project, so the sales tax from that set 75 cents.
They might tell us what their, maybe they could disclose to us maybe what their intentions would be, but there's nothing in the Department of Revenue side that says they have to declare, at some point. But there's rules, like to get the 100%, you have to qualify for a bunch of L&I things and some other parts like that. So, I mean, we might know, I suppose, if somebody was close to the project and knew whether they were getting whatever those pieces would be, we could know that they
Well,
weren't.
they would also have to be minority owned or woman owned.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Because
and
that
pieces.
all ranks in what percentage they're getting.
Right.
Too, and then jump into the rest. So I think 75 is a good fair average.
So how do we, when we're permitting these things, not ask those questions up front, like which one are you shooting for? We have to budget this, for the next few years. How do we get this information that we need so we're not sitting on dollars that are sitting in a reserve fund somewhere?
Well, I would think if you just ask the question, you might be able to get the answer because I know when I asked the question to one developer, I got that answer. So if you just asking the question, might get us an answer.
I would say in the past, because the current resolutions we're working on, it's in the budget.
Yes,
It's in the budget resolution.
It's in the
fund.
The
It's
fund
in the
resolution.
Fund resolution.
It's in the resolution that created the fund to begin.
Right, but at the time of the creation of that fund, 75% was the highest rebate that was potentially eligible. So out of an abundance of caution, we set the resolution at the highest at the 75%. I'm not suggesting
And again,
just
when we go to
100,
that,
because
it's
100 is a
really hard
high.
to get to 100% of
really
those
hard.
dollars. So in kind of going through and looking at that and looking at some of these ones of where they get to, we have to go through our sales tax number and go through, we can say, okay, if it's a wind manufacturing company, we can see those pieces maybe coming in by the NAIC code or whatever. But we don't know that they might be getting some building construction costs that might qualify for the overall project that are lumped in with just regular construction. There's no way to know how, without really going in and vetting those out. I do think we have been, and again, from the treasurer's perspective and working with other treasurers, I will say, and this was set up before I took office, how we kind of started doing this from the very beginning. It's been very good because I know there's other counties that didn't do anything remotely to what we did, and it was very, very painful. So I think there's also, this is one of those things as to kind of a balance. I don't know we're ever going to hit it at 100%, but I know we want to make sure we try to balance that somewhere. So far, 75% has been working, but I agree with Dave that that's an older kind of method where there wasn't the 100% pieces. And we don't see the one we did miss completely, so I miss on it all for 100% was we didn't do anything to reserve for the landfill gas facility that was put in by the PUD, which we had to pay some renewable credits on. So, that's kind of the balance on this piece is, whether we know they're going or not, we didn't have that one reserved. So right now, currently, that's where it is.
What I want, my first thought is we've got a bunch of these things that are coming. It seems like the renewable energy potential legislation, WAS Act that we're sitting on. There's a lot of things that, we're going to be going into session here sooner rather than later. What do we need to set as our priorities for some of these things that we need to get on the legislators' radar about saying, look, you're in essence letting these people build these projects and not pay sales tax on them. And we're stuck, collecting sales tax for our portion that you're remitting it to us, and we're sitting on it for 4 years. And inflation is 6%. We we need security about where we're gonna be. And we need legislation that's gonna happen, because over the course of, 4 years, just sitting on that money, I've lost 16% of the value. Or we could have put that to use for things within the county.
I say the lost value is until now, but this is, God, I would like to just not use the period. State wants to give up their share, that's fine, but they shouldn't be giving up ours.
Yeah.
And everybody else's. And I honestly don't know if Gina and Chris Corey even know about this. That was kind of my thinking, is when I wanted to have a sit down with Gina, just to kind of explain this and see if there could be some kind of legislative change that they can tweak the language. That you can sure get 100% credit on your state portion of it, but leave the smaller testing districts in the counties, what is theirs.
You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah,
We've been
I
saying
think
that
those-
for years.
I think those are ideas to present for sure. I think,
When does the session start? January?
January. It's a short, but
They're
it's-
probably doing it now.
that's a perennial where it's, you don't,
I think we should have.
you do exemptions.
This
They
is-
should be only on the state. It's fine if that's.
I think we should at least draft a letter.
Oh, yeah.
Call it.
Because we are agents of the state, so they can, yep,
Get rid of our.
yep.
and I do think
We're
this is
operating
kind of,
under
I mean, I
their
think that's a
authority.
good idea, because I think this is something that's not gonna be a one shot. It's gonna take time to educate. I mean, just like you were saying, just at least bringing folks up to speed as to what is happening. The other part that's out there, is, and on some of these, I guess, I mean, we want to get the other, some of these exemptions go the other way, where we don't even get the money, and they're, and at the times where they just don't pay the sales tax. And maybe that's another piece to where, that instead of the paying the sales tax and going back and asking for it, maybe there's some kind of way to put it on the front end so that they would get an exemption from the tax altogether, so that not.
Yeah, that way we're not losing the interest.
Well, just then we also aren't facilitating the process. I'm not saying that we should do that. I mean, I'm not in agreement with the tax at all. I guess I'm back to your guys' thing. I think we should be able to keep our county portion. I agree with that. But also, we shouldn't have to administer some of this stuff if the DOR wants to provide this at the state level, then maybe there's another way, because there are some of the renewable exemptions that are not a refund, they're an actual exemption. So you give it to the solar provider and you just don't pay the sales tax at the time. And so that's another avenue to do it, so that counties aren't ending up with this money and then spending the money, and then 5 years later having to come back up with it. Like some counties.
Runs through our books, so you have to account for it.
And
audit
again,
for it.
it's kind of a brainstorming kind of thing, or thoughts and ideas. I definitely think that I would support you guys in the fact that I think trying to educate people on what's happening, and as we have more renewable coming in, it's a bit more of a messy process for the counties.
So I have no doubt that they will fix it in time. I just think we'll be full of renewables by the time they fix it, and then it'll be a benefit to all those other counties that were second in line after we got them.
Do you think 0.5% on 300 million, 30 million, $26 million?
Which is really at the state level. That's the thing. I mean, I think the number is a big number to us, and that's the one thing.
I say it was 0.5%.
Right. And I think that's the amount that we have
That's
to
the
climb
problem.
with DOR.
But that's always been the problem, trying to get the state folks to understand. It's a little number for you. It's like a policy. You're willing to do it because it's supporting a policy perspective of the state. And you can do it because it's not really costing you much. For us, it's a huge deal for us. And we didn't have any part of the policy discussion. You didn't even listen to us. And yet for us, we're paying, it's costing us money. And but it's no different than they do the same thing with property tax exemptions, where they don't exempt the state's portion. They across the board, that includes school districts, fire districts, they just waive you're exempt, and now nobody pays. And it's like, wow, you never even talked to idiots. so you are using our money to implement your policy. That's not right, and they don't care.
So
We
if
have to
there's
keep
some
raising
numbers
the
you guys would like to have to set those conversations up, or I'd be happy to sit in, or whatever we could do, I'm in agreement. I mean, I think this is something that needs to be brought up to where people are understanding it. I think there's very few counties in the state that are actually dealing with this currently. I mean, I think.
Although I think we have a window of opportunity from some of the other counties that did prepare well, and when you talk about the pain, like for us, it's like, well, you're fine because you saw it and prepared for it, and so it's a pain in the butt that we ship this money back and forth, but we actually set it aside and we did it. There's other counties, you know, Adams County is the really painful one where they were clueless, and the board had changed from the time when the money came in to when, and they were like, what's this?
And it was like.
What happened to our sales
It was like
tax?
3 or 4 years later.
It was 3 or 4 years later.
So that's a
So
long
those
time.
stories would matter to some legislators, where they're like, this is the impact that you had. I don't think this is what you meant to do, but this is the impact, and that's why you need to fix this. At least for us, this, you know, you can imagine, you know, a little county, I think it was, when I was talking to them, it was $500,000 or $600,000.
It was $500,000, I think.
It was $500,000 that they didn't know that they had to come up with. That, you know, they're little, they're like our size. And imagine if you.
We're gonna have to have a third of your revenue.
Yeah, your revenue just disappeared. So then put it in the context of the state.
And the worst part is
Imagine if you,
they
a third of your revenue disappeared that you were unprepared for.
I think the board needs to work on this letter because he's got numbers that I don't have. You've got institutional knowledge on this that I don't have. So if I try to whip out some kind of letter, I don't have those things. Honestly, we almost need to work on this. That's the half-hour workshop. Pencil out some kind of draft.
Well, plus I think there is a piece to, it's part of the bigger conversation that, you know, that we were able to put the, you know, the stuff over the taxing of these renewables. This is just another aspect of that overall picture. Right. And so this is, and we are getting traction as far as at the state level with other counties where,
Well, and I think, honestly, I think if Representative Glassberger and Corey even knew this was here, I think they would beat the drum with us. I just think they would know it's even on. So that's kind of why I wanted to sit down, so hopefully they can ask questions, but if we can't get that, hopefully we set a policy letter, scream for help, and hope that they reach out to fully understand the problem.
Well, I think the next one is about data centers and all this, but then you're also looking at the sales tax exemption of all of that potential technology equipment that goes in those things. Looking at what the county's portion would be.
Right.
And
It's a big
so
number.
it's a big number on all these. If we're sitting here talking about cuts and making all these cuts, but yet here's all this potential revenue that we have sitting in a fund that we can't even touch.
Well, I mean, but that's by our choice. So I mean, we
could touch
could
it.
touch it if we want to, but we think it's a bad
Be
policy.
fiscally responsible.
I agree with you, but I'm just meaning like, I mean,
But
we're
you also-
self-prescribing our dosage.
You also have citizens that are stating, you know, that this project doesn't do anything for the citizens in this county. If you could say, well, this project is paying $1.6 million to the citizens of this county via the sales tax, versus no, they're getting that stuff free. I think there's some push and pull there at the state level of you want your green energy projects. Help us help you.
I mean, that's the challenge of that whole thing. I mean, all the generation is in the locations that are not on the demand, right? I mean,
Although I do think, I think there is, and I saw interest in that. I mean, there's a reason that we were able to add this topic to our WASAC legislative priorities in an off season, because there was recognition on folks on the other side of the mountains that are like, oh, we had no idea, you know, because they're very pro energy, you know, green projects, all that stuff, and they only see that there's no negative downside to it. They were completely unaware, and that's where the help has to really come
And so
from.
that's
We
the-
got the property tax part of that, that's sitting right here.
Right, and that's
Now
what
let's
I-
get the sales tax.
The sales tax is
To
part of it.
piggyback.
It
To
does
show you, look, you're double doing this.
Right. And so that was another part of the discussion that in the renewables that we had gotten to on here was that, I think Dave said this to you guys, is that there's this piece for a kind of a property tax piece in lieu of, you know, kind of more to kind of create some stability with that property tax grouping. And so I haven't really had a ton of time to dive into that since Friday.
Get on that.
Right now, I'm working on.
I'm requesting.
But,
Mr. Treasurer.
but I think, I do think that there's some pieces, and I think education is the part. I mean, I do think that, you know, this isn't one of those things that we're gonna go out and beat the drum and we're gonna be successful in one term of dealing with it. But I do think if we can go out with a consistent message over and over, I mean, I think it's a real issue, and I think it's, you know, I think for us,
But I
it's.
think we're gonna be pleasantly surprised at how receptive West Siders will be on this issue. Because I honestly don't think they have any.
I think the property tax one, I agree. I think the sales tax one's gonna be a harder sell to them, but hopefully they'll give us back our portion of it.
That's all I care about.
Right, that's all we want, right?
Well, it's not all I want all the smaller districts portions too. I want the hospital district.
Well,
That's property tax.
That'll be in
That's
there.
not- That's not sales tax.
Yeah, so, yeah.
The state wants to.
So
what
what the big one I need is I'm trying to run my numbers back on, you know, this 4,500. And trying to figure out, okay, I'm sure this makes sense for these companies. And then what does that look like when we do our regression over time if we're on a depreciating scale? And what does over 10 years, because it says it's into a 10-year contract, what does that look out, the difference between the value and the value? And where does that, you know, flip? Because after 10 years, you know, it says in here that they can not renew that 4,500. If they want to go to a depreciated value, but they've already depreciated the whole thing out after 10 years, they're not going to sign up for that second half where it's finally starting to go in our favor. There's too many, like, I know Oregon's at 5.
But the thing is though, here's the thing, and I think that we're really lucky to have some projects that we can see how that would work on. Because we have some that are out in their 15-year period. So we just have to go pull the data. And I think we have a lot of the data. We just haven't been able to sit and dig into it and really kind of figure out. Like one of the pieces I have, I don't know the actual registered nameplate on some of them. I can go find that, but I don't have that. But I've never needed that before because I've never, you know, that
Wasn't a factor.
Wasn't a factor. So like we have a lot of some of the revenue numbers. We can kind of do some research on them, but there's some elements in the proposal that we're going to have to track down to make sure that we're using the registered ones and what everybody has and so on and so forth. So we're not making assumptions. But yes, I would agree with that. I agree, Jake. I think that's the part that we need to be able to
That's
look.
why I
And
have
I think
asked
that's the beauty that we have the history on our side.
Right, and I have asked I gave that to the assessor for that exact analysis was, if we took our current things and ran them through this, how does that compare to how this current system is? You know, if there's not if it's there, unless there's a benefit to us for stable, overall, then it's not really fixing.
Or if we're not burdening the taxpayers, because it's a pill rather than an increase in the value of the tax.
Right, and so there is a benefit to that from the shift that's not going to take place as it depreciates.
It helps
There
the
is.
county, but the county organization, even with the shift happening, because you're creating a new bottom, a new floor.
Yes, but the taxpayers,
But the taxpayers have to fund that.
they have to pay it.
So proud of all.
Okay, that's good discussion.
Yeah, it's good discussion.
Another one I had was City of White Salmon, that property down there. If we were talking about, you know, selling to them, and they were wondering, can we get that done ASAP, you know, so it goes on this year's.
I just talked to, it's funny that that's what they're sharing with you, because I just talked to what's his name, and he was like, oh yeah, what's the ministry? What?
Pat Bundy.
Yeah, because I happened to be on jury duty with him at the same time, and he was like, oh, he had the other two.
Yep.
Yeah, so I will reach out. Yes, Pat and I just recently talked about this a couple weeks ago, so that wasn't part of the finance committee, Jake, so what?
And I'm assuming since we've already posted our workshop for Thursday, we don't want to have this letter option on Thursday. We want to do that on some future date. I don't want to wait terribly forever because I'd like time to chew on it. And short session, it probably won't accomplish much, but
That would be at your discretion.
I mean, we can talk about it if you want. I don't know that it's not really good at drafting a letter in real time collectively.
I've never done it.
Yeah, that's what,
There's a reason.
there's a, yeah. So, but I think it's timely. We need to send something, or at least in some ways communicate with our legislators.
Or we can choose somebody to go through the reports.
Well, I mean, what we need to do is, you want to get something done at the legislature. We're serious about some of these, we're willing to put a little bit of horsepower behind it, we need to talk to our lobbyists. We can get us sitting down with all the legislators on the right committees and have a discussion. I mean, that's where it really comes down to, is because you can ask your legislator to do something.
They're not on the right.
But if they're not on the right committee,
Well, they're in the minority. They're deep into the minority.
Right, then nothing's gonna happen, and that's where the lobbyists retain value. Is that where we're gonna put our time, effort, money over the next 2 months, 3 months? We're setting it up for next year. But I think this has to be one of our primary purposes moving forward, is raising funds for the next upcoming few years. We have to look at every option we can to get access to some of these dollars that technically are sitting in our reserves right now. Which was the other question, how much is sitting in that fund?
I don't know. I didn't look at that.
Fund 626.
The other thing we did talk about was regarding sales tax was setting up another barge number. And we had a discussion about setting up for sales tax, having our normal sales tax number and then having a barge number for one-time sales tax kit. For example, like a plane, like a yacht, yeah, or if there was a bill, if there was a building or something that came in above and beyond that we knew, trying to really kind of be able to keep the line so we could be able to see, oh, if sales tax is up and we think that the trending line is up and it's going to stay there, that would be good. And to break out and identify these like planes would be the prime example, but really just as
or a solar project.
Solar project, sales tax.
It goes in that number, and does it skew our,
what
our real number is?
Right.
Considering that we had to set 75%.
Right.
So
So
100%.
And I think from the auditor, the treasurer, and talking to Jen as well, I mean, we kind of thought that was not a bad idea, trying to kind of give some basis to what are some of these anomalies. We would have to kind of figure out how we would do that. It really would be just it would be, we don't want to make it anything really outside of just a way to break out those other parts and pieces that are more one-time hits to revenue that aren't going to be there on a monthly basis. And that was a discussion.
We also talked about some organizations target purchases or expenses to one-time funds. If we get money, here's a list of one-time things that we're looking, to buy. So if you don't get the one-time money, you don't necessarily make that purchase. But
Yes, my other question is, on our, budgeting and what we're seeing for sales tax incoming, do you take everything that comes in, and then does that get on one form, and then we do a budget, a transfer from the fund to the reserve fund, or do you cut that out ahead of time?
Right when I do it, I receive it.
You do it
put
straight
into
in, so
different
you're like, this is
buckets.
what we actually have for income, and then there's this that just keeps getting.
I take the revenue of whatever, $1 million, I go through and look at the codes that we looked at every single month, pull those ones out to the percentage, and then book that amount 2626 to the reserve and book the other amount.
Yeah, because right now, there really only is 2 categories.
Right.
Normal stuff, and then
You're meaning if we set up another bars number?
you're gonna have to
No,
do
I'm saying right now, when I look at, what Jen provided me today, like this is how much we have in sales tax revenue. Is that inclusive of the other dollars that we have no access to,
No,
or
no.
that's got pulled out?
That's pulled out. It's not, that's why it's in a separate fund.
Got it.
That's the purpose of doing, and that's why it's in a 66 fund, is because the state auditor wants it in a special purpose district fund that's outside of the county fund.
That's outside of the county. Okay. That's what it means.
that number is for our
That's the
purposes,
revenue
that's
number that we
really-
have. Yes.
But we're still keeping 25% of that, right? Because you're putting 25% of it
Yeah,
in where we may not have
That's
access to any of it.
possible. Although that's pretty high. So far, that bar has been so high.
So far, we have been okay, but again, I think, we'll see. What's that?
I'm
So that we
they're
actually
trying to
have
make it
some,
easier for us.
we've even had, even of the 75% has matured where we actually had freed up, where we reserved some that we were able, we could,
Never asked.
no, it's just sitting in the fund, but we've had some that's aged out past the 5 years that we set 75% and they could only qualify for 50. And so there's probably, if we went and looked, that is a source.
That is, I would
We
agree
may
with
actually
that.
have some money that we could actually free up.
But I think
now.
because we kind of had some projects that we had to pay out
We've-
refunds on that we
we
didn't have,
missed,
reserved,
but
we
it's
kind of have left that in.
in there as a buffer.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
See all that institutional stuff. You're right.
Sales tax resolution was provided in the last, that packet. I have sent that off to Ashley at the OR, haven't heard back from her. She was gonna look at it and just confirm that if there was something, I wanted her to look at it before we, anything with it, just think, I don't want her calling us, oh, you need to have this. I would rather she tell us that up front, so we don't have to do that. Surplus sale. So the other day when I was in here and we talked a little bit about that, I didn't have very many numbers because we were still trying to kind of figure out where things were at and where things landed. Auctions are a hard thing. I didn't present this. I have this at the finance committee piece because we talked a little bit about surplus sale, but we didn't have this numbers either on Friday. I wanted to go back through and just kind of look and see. It's really hard to compare auctions over auctions over auctions. And I think one of the things as the treasurer is I've always tried to take what my predecessor in the history of the person in the treasurer's job did to the best of their ability and to keep improving that as I can. So when I came in 2015, our first auction was in 2016. We did it the same way. We had it at the fairgrounds. We spent a bunch of time and effort trying to get these rigs moved around, get them inside, did the silent bid process. That auction had 46 lots, 18 vehicles, and the amount we brought in was $30,000, $30,500. I did some.
But it was a community event.
It was a community event. That is a true statement. And
How
we did.
many people actually showed up that was busy or nobody there?
I don't really know. There was a lot of people that came, but I mean, there was maybe 100, I suppose, maybe, I don't know, 75. I don't remember. I mean, I was trying to remember about it the other day because I'm like, gosh,
That was a long time.
yeah. And I went through, and the type of vehicles were there were varied of all kinds of shapes and sizes and conditions and but we did have, this is the one that hasn't really changed. We did have 2 senior buses, the ones they drive around, the 450s. We got an average of $931 in 2016. 2019, we had another one. We're going to try to have them more regularly, but we realized, these are a pain in the rear end, so we finally had to have one. Got it in 2019. We had 42 lots that time, 32 vehicles, so many more vehicles than the first time. We brought in 26,000 in 2019. The average senior bus went for $778.
The trend is not going.
Yeah, I know, but you obviously know it's going to get more exciting. We went to the online auction. I know we've had a lot of challenges and it wasn't perfect, but we had 57 lots this time. We brought in $117,000 on 32 vehicles. We had some unique things like the ammo that were in there that brought in some pieces. We had the building. We had some trucks that were kind of some high hitters, so it's hard to balance the given. We're making fruit salad, but a senior bus this time on average was $7,000. And they had no mileage, they had no, yeah.
See, I remember one of them being up at the 7,000 range, and I thought the other was down around 25, so.
Yeah,
It must have got up there towards the
You
end.
could have, and
Watch-
these are just kind of so where, everything seems to be a little higher. The Crown Vics, we got another couple $100 on some of the pretty used, police cars.
The fact that
Half-ton pickups were for about
Pay somebody to
$1,500.
haul stuff away is proof that it was a success.
Yeah, and so we will continue to build on this. Like I say, I think we've been up there, Avery and I, that's one of the reasons on Friday after the finance committee meeting, we had up for our first pickup day. We've had a pickup day yesterday, I think, taking today off, and we'll be up there in the morning. And then we're gonna try to finish it up on Friday. But we're probably about 40% through the pickup. Most everybody, I guess my big question is this like other counties? I don't know, I'm not on the other side. How does this compare to other counties with our process? Because we've been pretty sticklers on setting up a time for pickup. You can't just come. We're trying to kind of keep people spread apart, trying to kind of bounce through. Everybody seems to think it's been, it's normal. We have a lot of people that are by all over the county, the state. We've had Spokane, we've had Seattle, we've had Vancouver. Well, I mean, it's been, we're gonna have a person come from Missoula, Montana. I'm not sure why, but anyway, they wanted something, so they're.
Of the 117,000, how much has been paid?
All of it, except for one thing. The building. So the building, the first bidder for the building did not pay, so we are on to the second bidder, so we're working
They
on
had to
that.
put a deposit down.
I believe so. I don't know. I didn't check that deep. I'm more worried about just getting somebody to bid on it and getting us paid and get it moved down here. That's my hope at this point. So we've moved on to the second person. There is a long list of bidders on the building, so it's not just like there's 3 people and we're gonna be done. But I'm really hopeful. I've already contacted the person, and so we're gonna continue to do that. So that's a really unique
How
thing.
does that happen if somebody bids like that? You obviously know who won the building.
Yep.
And change their mind. They get blackballed.
So I will tell you how I'm gonna handle this, and I'll be open. If it was on a vehicle, I would blackball them for sure, 100%. If it was any kind of other vehicle on there. This is such a unique situation. I'm not gonna blackball the person right away, but if we have some more challenges or this other thing happens, then yes, I probably would do that. But that is one of the things about the auction. We do have the ability to hone into our auction as the county, so we can have, if we have problems with specific bidders, then we can say, hey, this person's, and then we can also see where they've been blackballed at other auctions. So it is a transparent process, and so far we've been doing pretty well. We have had a couple people that have been kicked out of other auctions for really weird, and again, you don't know what the circumstances are everywhere else. The building, though, I'm not gonna say, okay, no, it's a very unique situation. But I do think we'll be able to get there. So we still have some dollars hanging outstanding on that. But even if you took out some of these bigger things, we still made 10 to 15 to maybe $20,000 more when you're looking at the dollars and some of the items. So I think that it was a success. So far, folks have been very good about coming and picking things up. So again, we're just kind of a little heads up on that. We will improve it. We've talked, I think we all have a lot of great ideas on how to make it better. But overall, I think it was pretty easy. And the people that are buying these things, they know what they're doing. I mean, they come in a tow truck that's got the slide off deck, and they just hook up to the car, pull it on there, and drive out and say thank you and see you later. So most people if they are gonna drive it, they have a whole car back with tools and the whole 9 yards. They brought batteries already. They brought, the whole, they're set. This is what they do.
Nobody's complaining.
So far, no.
Wow, all right.
So
that's the ultimate.
Yep, and again, we talked about it, and they're like, God, it was just really weird. And I said, here's the situation. We didn't know what the vehicle mileages were. It was best to leave them unknown. And some of these cars have been out here because of COVID. We didn't really do anything during the 2020. We didn't even have a discussion about the whole thing. So, there was some confusion about that, but I think that's only going to help us to make things better if we can have some of that information. But yes, So far, everything's been paid for except for the building. We're still working on that, but
We ever
that's,
found the car that was missing?
what's that?
Have we ever found the car that was missing?
We've, like, all of them are identified, yep. So we will probably do something with those after the first of the year. They were all sheriff's vehicles and we've got them all dialed in, so we've secured all the assets. We will move them to this location as soon as these are gone, but I don't want to create more confusion. So I put my eyes on all four of them. So that's good news.
Got a question.
Yes, sir.
Another question, I'm looking at, this year fiscal services came out and shows that fines and penalties, usually were 10-year average is $658,000 we bring in. We're currently at negative $98,523. Can you explain that?
What is that?
Fines and penalties? Usually it shows we're 658 on the 10-year rolling average. 2020 was 468.
And that's in property taxes?
No, I think this is fines and penalties, just,
I think it's total fines and penalties, which has to do with law enforcement.
I think it has to do with law enforcement stuff.
They weren't doing anything.
I'll have to look.
But how could it be negative?
That's on Jen's paperwork?
Yeah.
I don't have that. And it's
money back,
And it's how much, what's the negative number again?
98,500. Well, I wonder, is that, could that possibly be?
And that's the
late
actual
stuff, but yeah, it's as of December 7th.
Okay.
Maybe we could have you ask Jen to send that.
Yeah, I
There's
will.
a minus 300,000.
That's odd that we would, yeah. So we'll have to look into that. Let's see. Brenda did give us an update on the state audit, and she's hoping that that'll be finalized in the next week, and we'll be able to submit our final audit to the state. And then our next meeting will be 12/29, which is rescheduled for the holiday. And we're still on track for a foreclosure sale on February 14th. And I have the White Sands property, Jake. I will check.
Have we figured out where we're at with the titles on that triangle piece of Dell's?
You know, we have not. We kind of got waylaid on some of these other things, and we are going to go through and kind of clean some of those things up. I was just talking to Brenda about that the other day. We have the triangle piece in Dallasport. We had a discussion, I guess, at the end of the finance committee meeting about the building in Lyle or Dallasport, the school, which that we kind of figured that out. So no, we have the triangle piece and we have the mill site. Those are still two that we are.
And right now, the mill site is by far my priority because the fisheries enhancement groups and all those people are starting to come together with their designs of what they would like to see that property be. And we need to know what we can and can't do with that property.
And I think it's as much that as also the dollars that we spent on it, where who's paid into what as far as the trust.
Right.
That's the one thing I think we want to make sure we air out at the beginning so that somebody doesn't come.
But I
late to
don't
the
want,
game.
we need to have a meeting with the community. Right now, we're behind the 8 ball and they're already trying to design, meander, do what they want to do with that property. If we let them get too far ahead of our vision, then they're going to say, well, this is what we've already designed. We paid all the engineers, the contractors, the hydrologists. This is what we want to see happen in the community. It's completely different. So that's really high on our priority, my priority.
Okay, so the final thing I have is the excise tax. I have not had a ton of time to, I got the question, I understand the question. A couple of things are going on. And I haven't really, I don't watch a lot of the real estate. They come to the counter, they go through, we do them electronically now. So I'm not really 100% sure. They're just moving through. I read the article in the paper too that said that the sale was completed. That's not a true, that's a true statement from the sale and but that's not a true statement from all the processing of the reads. So I just got off the phone before I came in here Most of them are supposed to be coming in this next week, it sounds like. But then as I was going through that, we were talking about it, most of those are gonna come in as a $10 REIT fee, because there's a whack on them for REIT exemption. Because they are, which I should have thought of this in the beginning. More than likely how this transaction is gonna happen is it's gonna be a controlling interest transaction that's gonna be reported through the Department of Revenue. So the Department of Revenue does all the bigger controlling interest. So if you sell something from somewhere, we get local excise tax from the state because they take their part out, and this happens. I'm trying to think, we've had some happen here and there.
But are we gonna get our excess, our local excess?
We are gonna get a portion. But I believe that the mill site is also is in TCA too, and that is Bingen. And I believe Bingen is gonna.
Bingen will get their part, we ain't worried about that.
No, it's the timberland.
Right, and so at this point in time, there is some money that she's thinking that will come. There is 420,000 on timber, there's 2 different pieces. So this is a pretty complex piece. So she thought there was an amount about 420, and then she thought that there was another one, but the Bingen part, it would go to the local TCA, it wouldn't come to. Right. So I haven't seen how they're going, but I know that some of these parts and pieces, so if the controlling interest paperwork, and I didn't call the DOR to find out what the story is on that or whether that's been filed. I don't know the legalities of it or where it goes. So we are going to get some money, but it's not going to come directly from the counter, which is how a lot of our money comes in, because they come in and pay. And then we take our portion and send the rest of it to the state.
It's gonna go.
This is going to come the other way.
So the bottom line is it hasn't yet.
We haven't seen it,
Right.
and it's probably not going to happen until 2022.
Okay, so you're saying 420,000 is our portion?
I'm saying that these numbers are really rough. I'm saying that she thought that there was one that was on there because there's I think it's 1,200 documents is one of the recordings that we're working on doing. I mean, we do typically 10 pages maybe in our office per transaction. So like one of them's 1,200 pages. So there's a lot of pieces. So it sounds like the bottom line is we don't know the exact number, but there's a 420,000 that's maybe with one of the transactions. I haven't seen it. I was just talking to the title company that was processing it, and they're getting ready to bring them through. There's a bunch of, they've also processed a bunch of other transactions through the office that had been back in October, but apparently these were pieces that they were moving around. However the deal is structured, I don't know. Again, we're just process the property as they come through and transfer them. So, because I had thought that we'd seen all them come through, but that's not the case. The big ones are gonna come through in the next week.
Because there's what the family separated, don't they?
I think that's that they took, they did some other pieces to get everybody, all the shareholders what they needed, and I think that happened in October.
And that came through us, or does that go to the
came
state?
through us, and we've already got some numbers, if all the pieces are right. But I know that there's additional excise taxes that or REITs that are gonna come through in the next week or two. And I don't know about the controlling interest paperwork and where that's went to or how that's been submitted.
But with that controlling interest paperwork, there's a whack they can.
Well, because see, what they're gonna do is they're gonna change the name of the company, and then they're gonna have a subsidiary underneath there. They're just gonna change the property name more than likely through the whack. Again, I don't, some attorney somewhere is figuring this is a large enough transaction that I'm sure somebody's, however, they're going to do that. So it's not like they're gonna walk in with all of these and they're gonna pay the REIT on every one of them. The company is selling, so there's a controlling interest paperwork that's gonna go to, so it's not gonna come in like a normal sale, and it hasn't been recorded.
You know of a way that they can, is there something in a whack that they can do a controlling interest paperwork change and avoid?
No. You can't, I mean, you
Making sure.
No. I mean, but once the controlling interest paperwork changes, like we had another entity here a while back that sold the controlling interest. It was a 5150, okay? Well, the name stayed the same on the property, so the property still has the same name, but what changed was who owns company A.
But they had to pay their REIT.
They had to pay their REIT.
So that, I guess that's the bottom line.
Yes.
There isn't some way they're gonna
We'll get it eventually.
get it eventually.
That's my understanding, yes.
We
But
haven't
I
really
still
seen that.
contend that there is some. There is some that is going to go to the city of Vinton.
Yes.
I keep wanting to reiterate that.
Yes,
Because I
we
I
know.
just, okay,
Quite a significant.
I would think a significant amount, yes. Because I'm pretty sure the way I look at the maps, that is in TCA two. For free.
You don't get any portion of that, right?
No.
Go to Reed within the city.
They're the local jurisdictions. And we do, if somebody walks into the counter in the treasurer's office, we collect that for them, but we send that and remit that to them once a month at the end of their, usually about the 15th. That's all I have.
Okay.
Any
Any other questions for the treasurer?
Lots of work.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you much. Okay,
Yeah, we're
go.
keeping you very busy. Appreciate you, you're willing.
We're checking them out one at a time.
Prosecuting attorney, Mr. Cadell, you have anything for the board?
Hi there.
Afternoon.
We're finalizing
You're
the
still
draft.
muted, sir.
I see his mic moving, but I have no volume.
I'm not muted, actually. Can you hear me?
Mute everybody.
Don't hear you, Mr. Cornell. I see your mic moving when you talk, which means you're actually unmuted, but we can't hear you for some reason.
Okay.
So you're probably unmuted, but I don't understand either. Try again or calling on your phone, or that's happened to me before.
Okay.
Oh, there you can see his mic move.
I have the professional coming to check it out.
Wondering if we mute everybody.
No, because that
During
would,
that
that would
line.
like show
Temper
you.
tantrum.
I was trying to get you.
Warranted. Try that.
Send it over there.
Okay, can folks hear me now?
There you go. Yes, sir. You're
Okay,
good.
so we're finalizing our petition to the Supreme Court. Once it's filed, I'll circulate some copies. We're scheduled for a conversation, I think, involving my office on Thursday morning with the water hauling, trucking, cisterning, what have you. We can move forward with the preliminary discussion. We don't have a lot of final answers right now. We have the more we're digging into this, the more complicated and concerned that we've become. So we did meet with the environmental health specialist this morning. Initially there was some thought that whether we were ready for a conversation or not. I think we defer to the board on that. It might be good to get some things probably not necessarily on the same page, but at least get people in the same room as to what is possible and what's feasible moving forward. Because I think there's some ideas getting floated around that are just it's difficult to fathom how they could be implemented with our current state of regulations and staffing resources. So, that we'd like to know a little bit more about what is the goal that is trying to be achieved, and whether we can provide any more definite guidance on how to get there. I mean, it might be worthwhile to have the conversation. Also might be worthwhile to shelve that at the beginning of the year until we can get some more involvement from other folks too. I think Ms. Quinn wants to be involved, and probably Ms. Lindblad definitely needs to be involved, and so forth. So I'll defer to the board on that. But we're able to move forward with at least a preliminary or moderate level of discussion at this point. And to be honest, I think there'll be one or two of you that are not going to like or appreciate the conversation from our perspective anyway. So I'll defer to you guys how you want to move forward on that.
I'm in favor of having at least beginning the conversation. We've been scheduled. We've rescheduled a couple times. I think at the very least, the board needs to have the discussion itself. So believe me, I'm fine with uncomfortable conversations. I will put okay.
No, we need to have the conversation because, I think we know where public health is at. I kind of want to know where you're at. So I think we need to have a conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's plan on going ahead with the caveats you provided, that we understand that, for Thursday. We'll start the conversation.
Okay.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mr. Cannell? Oh,
Not this time. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Well, there's a lot.
Been a
of
full
else. We
day.
just don't have a lot of time for it else.
Oh,
But we still gotta figure out, appointments to the Board of Health and following all those rules and regs. But it's 4:30, so, you know. Try to get us to board pending, but, you know. Well, some of it's already pending. Board of Health stuff is number one.
I did attach the RCW legislation to as well.
I believe we will, and I'm shooting from the hip here, it's been a while. I think we will have to add a citizen member to the Board of Health.
So what, I'll give you my take. So yes, we're gonna have to go to 6. They're, one of those is gonna be a tribal appointee. Let's call it position 6. So right now we got 5. We're gonna need to have a position 6, and that position 6 is gonna be appointed by a tribal or by the tribe. So really, we're only dealing with the 5. The problem with the 5 is the citizen 2 have to be, there's 3 different categories. And customers of public health care facilities or providers, and then citizens at large. You can't have more than one from a certain category until you have one from each category. So right now, we have 2 healthcare officials. And that's category 1. So we're eventually going to have, say, 1 healthcare official and citizen at large or veteran or something from one of the other categories. That's our reason.
Well, can you, I mean, you could be a citizen at large, but also be the physician's assistant. You could be.
I think you're pushing the legalities of how this is written.
Because there's lots of times when you serve on 2 different boards.
Right, but they're one, right, but the purpose of this, and if that's where you're going, you'll have to contact WASAC, because they put a lot of time and effort working on it. Is the purpose for them writing this is they wanted different opinions from different groups, advocacy groups, victims, welfare groups, community-based organizations and nonprofits, business community, environmental health. So my point is, I don't think our current 2 can both be on at the same time. Eventually, come July, this is implemented July. Even though one of them is seated through the other 22. And there is one person that is applied to be on the board. That is my recommendation. But even if that recommendation is chosen, whichever one of these 3 is chosen, our second appointee is going to need to be one of these other categories, category 2, category 3. Not all filling into category 2. You can't double up on a category until you fill every category. We only got 2 appointees, so we will never fill every category. So we've got to have 1 from different categories. there's 4, there was somebody else applied 6 months ago or something. And they're, but it was fun. And then number 6, yeah, we're not gonna have to worry about it, because that's tribal. On our jurisdiction, I don't see anything in the statute where we have to. Just have to have that available. If they now reach out, they have somebody that they're caring about. That's up to them, and when that person resigns, they take the new one. That's nothing.
Okay. I mean, I want to do,
Well, obviously,
I want to remind myself, the tribal one I'm particularly interested in. I do recall that, but yeah, it's like manages the appointment process.
So yeah, I sat through multiple Zoom meetings. They were trying to figure this out. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those. We haven't moved on it, so I'm trying to dig the cobwebs out. But they were very specific about the 3 categories.
Yeah. I mean, it evolved during the session a lot because it started, it was really bad when it started. We're just basically got rid of local control, any local, anything, Board of Health. So, okay, that's definitely something.
So that's that one.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I believe that one of your current board members term expires December 31st of this year.
Right.
Did you guys want to make a decision or make a direction on how to move forward? We got a couple more meetings in this month.
I don't know if my seatmates are ready to. But because I mentioned it before. I have to look at
Before all this was brought to light, we had already prepared to reappoint the existing one because she had applied. But now I just need direction to what for the end of the year.
my answer was nothing against her and nothing against the current ones that are seated there. But I think everybody deserves the chance to just get your government for 6 years doesn't mean you continue. So my motion would be to appoint this John Brewmeister, which I don't even know now. Obviously, very qualified position. Deal like that. That would be my motion.
Category in the same category though?
He is one, yes. So essentially, if the board chose to go this way, this would be the category of physician. And then come July, our other one that's currently appointed would need to be changed out with one of the other 3 categories.
So you're basically, your criteria for appointment is just somebody that's not falling. It seems like. You just said this, like I haven't looked at the things again, we're not doing this today. I was not prepared to do this today. Maybe I agree with you, I don't know, but I don't necessarily like the disqualifiers that you're currently doing. So. I don't know,
I didn't say that was necessarily the disqualifier. I'm just saying.
Well, it sounded like everybody deserves a chance.
Get a choice to sit on a board. And if they're actively want on the board, it's not like we're removing somebody that's only been there for 2 years. Just Because you were there for 6 to 7, you said for 16. Maybe.
Sometimes experience has value. Institutional knowledge has
I
value.
disagree. But also not changing my vote. I also think twofold, I think both of our citizen representatives are from that side of the county. I think there is value in a different perspective from the other side of the county.
No, we should try to have geographical diversity. I agree.
I'm hoping that this person, with their knowledge, will, since you're almost going to force me to say it, be more involved and speak more, and have more input, help us more than the two sitting there that neither one of them said. Yeah.
I think what the first thing we're gonna have to do is run ads, because we have to fill at least one position with somebody that's from one of the other categories. So if we don't have a list of people to choose from, we need to advertise for that, or we all need to go out there and try to.
Right, that one isn't a mandate until January. You can appoint whoever we want.
But then July 1st, is it after their appointment expires, the next time you have to do it, or is it
July
July
1st,
1?
The board has to meet the criteria by
Which
July
is why
1st.
I would say the first thing we need to do is start meeting the criteria now, so that we're ready for July 1st. And that's what I was saying, is that, you know, whoever we appoint in January needs to be one of the other criteria, so that we got it figured out, so we're ready to go.
January, my vote.
But that doesn't get us to having the thing.
It's your choice. Because I know if that choice is made to have outside citizen control in July, you still have what you have. So my choice for the medical professional on the board.
What else is on your,
I don't. Most of it we don't get into because we gotta talk about radio.
you just looking at the pending issues?
Her list, yeah. Some of that stuff's there.
You guys are still waiting. Hopefully we'll get updates on request for a waiver of the Title 12 code standards and the petition on stock removal.
Which I did see on Facebook, they were driving those cattle by horseback. I was thinking most of them walked up. We still need to get with Public Works to get the building under contract. For lease agreements. Talk about records management, we talked about on Thursday.
Okay, anything else? We've done enough for the day.
No damage.
One other thing I heard is that, speaking about that area up there, cattle drive, I heard that the timber company has built a new 60-foot wide road up there. They're looking at some 80-acre lots.
Yeah, that's way out farther past the stock restriction area, right?
But it's along that same
road, right? Clear out.
Yeah. But it still has an effect on it.
Right, right.
And they're gonna break it in.
They're gonna go through that.
To go break it.
Okay, with that. I would entertain a motion.
Adjourn today and take up our workshop on Thursday morning.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn the regular meeting. We will have a workshop at 9 o'clock on Thursday. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, the motion passes. We are